There. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, hi,
Henry,
Vianney.
how are you?
Good evening.
Yes.
I was just about to call you, so I'm glad you're here.
So sorry, every time there's some surprises when you're trying to join.
Oh, Lynn, Lynn, your audio is garbled, so you'll need to work on that issue, please.
Nossa, de coisa.
Okay. Lynn, are you able to talk? Okay.
We are now recording on YouTube, and Patrick, this is Jenny. If there are any attendees that need to be promoted to panelists that I've missed, please just let me know.
Thanks, Jenny.
All right, everybody. Sorry for the delay. I'm going to call this meeting to order. We've got a lot to go
You
through.
hear me now?
Yes, perfect, Lynn. That's great.
Could I have a picture?
No picture, but why don't you mute? Yeah, just let's get this. So just work on the background, Lynn, and let's keep
But
going.
what do I click to show the picture?
Video.
At the bottom left, there's a button that says video, and you want to make sure that it does not have a red line through it.
It does have a red line. Should I click on it
Yes.
There.
All right.
now?
Yes, you're good, Lynn. Okay.
Okay, thank
All right. All right. Let's get going. All right.
In the fog.
All right, everybody. It's 7:04 p.m. on November 2nd. This is the Lafayette, California Transportation and Circulation Commission. I'm calling this meeting to order. I'm Carl DiGiorgio. First thing let's do is have a roll call. When I call your name, just reply with your name in here. Vianney.
Here.
All right. Stella.
Here.
Lynn.
Here,
Bart.
I'm here.
Greg.
Here.
And of course, I'm here. So we're all here. We'll have our introductions of the guests and staff. Actually, why don't we do that right now? Let's see, Patrick, where are you on my screen? There you are.
I am right here.
Do you want to, in addition to introducing the staff, and would you also introduce the consultants?
Sure, and CCTA. From staff, we have Mike Moran here. And we have some help with the logistics and administration of this meeting, Suzanne Ayarla and Jenny Rosen. From CCTA, maybe I'll hand it off to John Wang and he can introduce his team, including his consulting team.
Good evening, Commissioners. John Huang, I'm the Planning Director for the Contra Costa Transportation Authority. And I'll just go ahead and just introduce the team here, if it's okay to go in individual one by one. So with me from CCTA is also Matt Kelly, who's our Senior Transportation Planner, and also Colin Clark is our expertise in the active transportation realm. And along with us is our consultant who's leading the effort to do this action plan and ultimately the countywide transportation plan. And with us, we have Charlie Knox, who is the principal at PlaceWorks, Tarina Wilson, who actually does all the work at PlaceWorks and makes it, and she'll be taking a lot of notes. And then also Raul Tovar is assisting in the whole process. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. I also, for the record, want to point out that we have Susan Candell, one of the council members that are in the attendees, just listening in. And so let's start with item 3, the adoption of the agenda. I don't see a need to change the order of the agenda. When we get to item 7, commissioner and staff updates, we don't have to add it, but I want to, if there's time, have a GPAC update. And then in the future, Patrick, let's just have that as a standing item. Okay, so any concerns with the agenda as it's stated? Then I'd like a motion, please, to adopt.
Motion to adopt the agenda as stated. A second.
Thank you. Roll call, Greg,
Aye.
Bart,
Aye.
Stella,
Aye.
Yanni,
Aye.
and Lynn.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So let's get going. I want to point out that the item 4, public comments. For those of you listening in on either the attendees or on YouTube, there is public comment has been posted to the agenda on the website. So those are all the public comments that were received this afternoon. I want to point out, though, that this item 4, is really for us to take public comments on items that are not part of the agenda. So keep that in mind when you go back and look at the public comments. We are not going to discuss comments for agenda items at this time. So, but I do want to open up. I know Buckley has his hand raised. Let's see what he says, but I'm opening up public input on items not on the agenda. So Buckley, if
I just promoted Buckley Hughes. I'm sorry, I was muted.
no, that's okay. We'll just find out whether or not he's jumping the gun or not. You want to take yourself off mute, and if you want, you can turn on your camera.
No, that's fine. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. I just wanted to communicate to staff that Patrick Goldier, it's very difficult to hear. Maybe you want to move the mic a little bit closer to your mouth, Patrick, because you were coming through very garbled.
Okay, thanks for that. Hopefully that's
Maybe
better.
a little closer even.
All right, I'll keep that in mind, and
Okay, that was
and
the only comment.
thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands raised for other comments. Last call. Okay. Thank you very much for that. I want to move on to number 5, old business, which is the item discussed at the last meeting was about the appointment of a chair and vice chair for this commission. And at that time, we had some discussion. In the meantime, I think the way I'd like to just say this is I'm willing and prepared to act as chair for another term. Bart Carr has kindly agreed if the other commissioners go along with it, that he might serve as a vice chair. And so first I want to open it up for any discussion on this item from the commissioners. Anybody have anything they want to say? Lynn?
It sounds good.
Yes, I think it would be a good idea to give experience to all of our commissioners. However, this is going to be a very difficult next year. And I think that it would be worthwhile to keep Carl on if possible. I know that Greg is busy with the street planning and so on. And Bart Carr is reliable always. I'm sure that Stella's extra busy also. So I would like to nominate Carl.
Well, let's hold that thought for a second, though. Greg, you had comments?
Yeah, just a brief comment. I support that. I was heartened to hear that you are willing to serve as another year as our fearless chair, and appreciate the time and effort you put into that role. And I would also endorse Bart. I think he'd make an excellent vice chair. Those are my comments.
Any other general comments, or should we go for nominations? All right, so I cut you off, Lynn. So you want to nominate somebody for chair?
Would you like to nominate me, you mean? Yes, we would like to nominate you and Bart as vice chair. Or you want to do just one at a time?
No, go ahead and do them.
Oh, okay, we got a pair. That's
Okay.
fine.
So that's do I have a second for Lynn's nomination?
I would second it.
All right, Greg seconded it. Roll call then. We'll start with Greg.
Aye.
Bart,
Aye.
Stella,
Aye.
Deanne,
Aye.
Lynn,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So thank you for the kind comments, and thank you, Bart. I look forward, for those of you that don't know, Bart has a history with the BPAC, the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and I look forward to having him, serve as a vice chair. So now, did I blow it? Did we need to have public input on that? Too late? Anybody in the audience wants to raise their hand and discuss it, they're welcome to do so after the fact. I'm sorry. Oh, I don't see any hands. So let's move on to new business. We have two really important things to discuss tonight. We're going to start with the Lamorinda Action Plan. And so why don't, Patrick, why don't you start with the introduction, and then we'll see how it flows, okay?
Great. Is my audio any better now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Thumbs up, everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Great. Okay. So City of Lafayette has been working with the CCTA through our participation in the Regional Lamorinda Program Management Committee, LPMC, on the development of the update to the Lamorinda Action Plan. Tonight, we're joined by staff from CCTA and PlaceWorks. They've already gone through the introduction for a presentation and a discussion of the action plan and its current draft state. So I want to thank in advance the project team for their work so far and for their willingness to meet with this commission tonight. John, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Patrick. So I'll do a brief introduction overview of the process, and I'll hand it off to Charlie to go over a short slide deck that we put together. First and foremost, thank you again for allowing us to be here tonight at the Transportation Circulation Commission. Just to let you know, this process of developing the action plan, and this is called the Lamorinda Action Plan. So I just want to note and be clear that this is ultimately developed and owned by the Lamorinda area. So CCTA's role in this is really to provide consultant assistance to help facilitate development of the action plan. So it's not a CCTA document. the input that we receive and the guidance we receive comes from the committees, the technical advisory committees and the elected officials from the SWAT and the La Miranda process. And we started this process about over a year ago, and basically had meetings almost every other month. And altogether, I just counted it before we started this meeting. At the end of the day, we'll have 18 public meetings, and that includes pop-up events that we'll share with you that we've done at the 3 cities, Lafayette, or 2 cities of the town. My apologies, Town Moraga, the city of Lafayette, and the city of Orinda. And so there was public input through that process, but most of the input we received was from working with the city staff. And again, I just want to commend city staff for participating in this process. This is a timely meeting. We did plan for extra meetings for the La Miranda Action Plan, and sure enough, additional meetings did come up. So so that's great. I just want to mention that also that it's a timely period because we just released this action plan not too long ago. So you're getting the to review it right up at the beginning phase here, and this is the purpose is to receive your comment and then and listen to your comments and listen to the public's comment, and at the end of the day, we'll go back to ourselves and discuss and see and reconcile all the comments and try to address all your requests and all your needs and so forth to improve the document. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Charlie Knox and to have a presentation, and we'll certainly open it up to everyone and listen to your comments. Thank you.
Thanks, John. I'm actually going to pass it over to Sharina. She's got the slide deck handy, and then I'll be available to help out with answering any questions about how we got to where we are and what the next steps are. Sharina?
Yeah, thanks, John and Charlie. I'm going to start by sharing my screen here. Make sure, are we all seeing my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'll let you know I'm feeling a little bit under the weather, but I have my favorite mug full of tea, so I have faith that my voice will make it through this. So let me know if you have any trouble hearing me at any point. But we're really excited to have a draft La Miranda action plan on the street. Like John said, we've been working on this for over a year with your local jurisdictions, and it's a really exciting time for us, definitely, to get to this point today. And we're excited to present. Make sure I can advance. Perfect. So today I'm going to go over the Measure J Growth Management Program, just a general project overview of the action plan, and the countywide transportation plan update that we're going to be going through. I'll cover public outreach that we've done, and then we'll go over next steps. So I'm just going to get into it. So Measure J is a sales tax ballot measure approved by Contra Costa voters in 2004. It establishes a 0.5-cent sales tax to fund transportation improvements in the county. And it also establishes a growth management program, which I'll talk about on the next slide. One component of the growth management program is that local jurisdictions must comply with its regulations in order to receive the 18% of Measure J funding back to them, which is called return to source funds. You may be familiar with those. And those local jurisdictions use them to implement local projects and programs to improve the transportation system. Next. Overall, the GMP seeks to manage impacts of land use decisions on the transportation system. It ensures that new development happens in already developed urban areas and that preserves valuable land and it reduces the need for costly infrastructure. And you can see on the slide here that there's an adopted urban limit line established by the GMP, which shows where development may and may not occur within the county. Now, the GMP gets implemented through what we call action plans. You can see in this image that there's 5 CCTA subregions. One of those subregions dips down into a portion of Alameda County, which is why it kind of looks like there's 6 of them. There are just 5. And the La Miranda subregion is one of these 5 CCTA areas that has its own action plans. And that's the focus of our discussion tonight, is that action plan that's in your agenda packet. The action plans include goals, objectives, and performance measures for all transportation facilities in the subregion, the ones that are considered regionally significant. And it requires that new development mitigate negative impacts through quantifiable objectives. It lists projects and programs to meet those objectives, and it requires that neighboring jurisdictions work cooperatively with one another when planning for growth. And then it with that process protects communities downstream from development. Now, CCTA also administers their countywide transportation plan, which provides an overarching direction for the county to achieve and maintain a balanced and functional transportation system. The CTP includes CCTA's vision for the future of transportation. It establishes goals and strategies and projects and programs similar to the action plans so that they can achieve that vision. And then it directs how funding is going to be allocated to help them achieve all of the components that are included in the plan. Now, as John was saying, we've been working on this for quite a while. So since late 2021, CCTA and the local jurisdictions have been working to update the 5 sub-regional action plans, and all of them have been happening at the same time. And that's what led to the draft La Miranda action plan that you have for tonight's meeting. Once all of these plans are complete later this year, they're going to be rolled up into an updated countywide transportation plan, which is the focus of our work next year. Historically, the CTP has been updated a little bit separate from the action plans, but because local transportation planning is important to understand and to plan for, and it's a very personal issue for each of the subregions, you have your own, needs and desires. We've flipped the process, and so we started with the action plans first this time. And these updated plans that we're working on, and then ultimately the CTP, they really focus on big, bold ideas to enhance the transportation network. And they include a new emphasis on, new topics that we haven't seen before. So they have vehicle miles traveled. They've got very intense multimodal transportation, safety, and climate change. And then on top of that, they also build on concepts from the 2020 Transportation Expenditure Plan, namely the innovation and technology and ensuring that we're approaching transportation in a very holistic fashion that was outlined in that document. So as I mentioned, the action plans implement the Measure J growth management program. This action plan addresses our future transportation issues and our current ones. It establishes quantitative service objectives. It identifies regional routes of significance, and then it expands the original objectives and includes new ones. You may know that in the past, the action plans included what were called multimodal transportation service objectives, and these were the quantifiable objectives. In this plan, we've renamed those to regional transportation objectives. And the reason for that was because now we include the topics safety, climate change, and technology and innovation. So they're not just multimodal, because now we're moving beyond the general modes of transportation. So don't be confused by regional transportation objectives. It's the same thing as the multimodal transportation service objectives, just a new name. So I want to go over now some of the accomplishments of the existing action plan and the existing CTP. There's a lot of them, so I've just summarized a few on this slide, but it includes the Caldecott Tunnel fourth bore, resurfacing of Moraga Way and adding the class 2 bike lane, the La Miranda school bus program, and there's a bunch of others that are specific only to La Miranda, but then countywide, it includes improvements like Momentum Station, charging infrastructure, incentives to shift to electric vehicles, BART improvements, and then again, the list just keeps going. So we like to touch when we give these presentations a little bit on how these plans interact with local housing and safety elements. We were getting a lot of questions on this topic a lot in the beginning of the project. And we recognize that the process is occurring at the same time of a lot of local general plan updates or focused updates. The action plans and the CTP account for the growth foreseen in housing elements as assigned by ABAG. However, the action plans and the CTP, they have a horizon year of 2050, while as we know, housing elements have, they're on an 8-year cycle. But despite this, the action plans get updated on a 4-year cycle. So that means that each update accounts for land use trends that are occurring and the housing development the regional forecasts predict. And it's also important to mention that with the shift from LOS to VMT, the lack of roadway capacity is no longer a viable reason to disapprove of residential growth projects foreseen in the housing element. And so therefore the purpose of the action plan, it's very multifaceted because it needs to account for impacts in other ways. Then finally, it's important to keep in mind that designation of a facility as a route of regional significance in the action plan has no bearing on any of the housing or safety element issues. And it's more of a mechanism to improve those facilities over time through the projects and the programs that we have adopted in the action plan itself. Now, I keep mentioning routes of regional significance. These routes represent the facilities in La Miranda that provide vital connections that support economic and recreational activities. They get designated for all modes, so that includes roadways, transit, and active transportation. And you'll see the criteria for these routes on the slide, which states that all routes must be facilities where the subregion wants to share regional responsibility with their neighboring jurisdictions. It's a very collaborative relationship that they're promising to be in by designating these routes. And then on top of that, they have to meet one or more of the 4 criteria on the bottom of the table, which includes connecting 2 or more subregions, crossing county boundaries, carrying significant through traffic, or providing access to a regional center, a highway, or a transit facility. And we've changed the way that we're doing mapping, which I'll show you in just a moment. In the beginning of this process, we mapped 3 separate maps for each subregion, and that was roadways, transit, and active transportation. But we were hearing throughout the process from local jurisdictions that when we were mapping the routes separate, we weren't showing the true nature of the multimodal system in Contra Costa and in La Miranda, both what exists and what we want it to be. And so we changed to a new form of map that we're calling corridor maps, which I'll call up. So you can see right here is the La Miranda corridor map. There's a few caveats to this map that we have put into the action plan that you'll see. One is that it is very highly generalized. And so the purpose of these maps is to show a very general direction of, where the majority of folks are moving and what modes they're taking. And they're not intended to show each individual route. And then the second caveat here is that the map shows desired future conditions and how we would like all of these modes to interact. In some cases, all of these modes do exist where we have them mapped, but in some cases they do not, but they are showing what we hope will be the multimodal, transportation system on a certain facility throughout the future. Now, it's important to recognize how we got to this point in the process, because CCTA would not have been able to do this on their own. And again, as John mentioned, this plan is for Lamorinda. It's your plan, and CCTA is really more of the facilitator to help the Lamorinda jurisdictions get to having the plan. So each of the subregions shown in this map, this is the same one I showed you before. They have at least 2 advisory bodies that meet on a regular basis. So for the Lamorinda area, there's the Lamorinda Planning Management Committee, and they have both a technical advisory committee, which is made up of your local jurisdiction staff. And then there's a separate committee under them of elected officials from each of the 3 jurisdictions. And both of them review all of the work that we've done, and they give guidance before we even really start the work too. And then the Lamorinda area is also a member of the Southwest Area Transportation Committee, which also has its own technical advisory committee of local jurisdiction staff and also has their own committee of elected officials. So these 4 groups are the people responsible for helping CCTA and the consultants write the Lamorinda Action Plan. So you'll see on the slide all the instances that we've met with these 4 advisory bodies, both past and then a couple that we have upcoming. And, it's true that the process of creating the action plan does not include us going to all jurisdiction committees and councils. However, the reason for this is because your local jurisdiction staff and your elected officials have their finger on the pulse of the needs of the Lamorinda community, and they act as the ongoing representatives that provide feedback throughout the process. We have and will meet with all of these groups a total of 13 times, which is a lot. It's been really nice being able to get, really detailed feedback from all of these local jurisdictions. And then in addition to that, there's a couple meetings that we've done. One, we did hold a joint city council meeting with the 3 jurisdictions in March of this year. And then we every once in a while get an opportunity to come to a meeting like tonight, which has been really great, that we're excited to be here. And then I want to go over a little bit of the public outreach that we've done. We created a project webpage. We launched an online survey to conduct countywide polling. We held 3 dedicated outreach events. 2 of those were in-person pop-ups, and one of those was a virtual workshop. And then there's been pretty significant stakeholder engagement throughout the entire process. And then you'll see on this slide that we're also about to embark on a second round of public outreach. And this includes 2 more in-person pop-up events and 1 more virtual workshop. And the advertising materials for this outreach will go live this week and can be shared with your networks. So we'll be happy to get that to you pretty soon. Now we're pretty close to the end of the action plan process, but there's still a very significant amount of work to be done in that short time. So we need to finish the public outreach that's scheduled for this month, and then we'll take those comments, the comments from tonight, the comments from your local jurisdiction staff and your elected officials, and we're going to finalize the Lamorinda Action Plan. And then there's going to be 2 meetings of the Southwest Area Transportation Committee advisory bodies. So there's going to be one with the Technical Advisory Committee on November 16th, and there's one with the Policy Board on December 5th. And then there's also a meeting of the LPMC committee on December 5th, which is going to be right before the SWAP Policy Board meets. And then, the plans do then go to the CCTA Planning Committee and the Authority Board. But like we said before, because the Lamorinda Action Plan is a Lamorinda plan, it's really your tax and your policy boards that adopt the document. And once it goes to CCTA, it's more of what they call an acceptance process, where they say, okay, and you're now ready to move on to update the countywide transportation plan. So that's how the process is going to wrap up. I do think this is, yep, that was my last slide. So I'm going to go ahead and stop my share. And I will hand back to John or Patrick or Carl, Chair Carl.
Thanks, Tarina. I guess I'll just conclude this presentation. Yeah, so basically, this is our purpose here tonight, is to present to you an overview, which is what Tarina did, and then we're glad to receive any comments that you can provide us. And again, tonight is not the only time that we can receive comments. I know it's a document, as a pretty long document, and you probably need to take some time to digest it a little bit, and we can certainly receive comments after this meeting.
So what's the mechanism for people sharing feedback after this meeting?
So if it's through this committee, I'll refer it to Patrick.
Comments can be sent to me, and I can, send kind of a consolidated list of comments back to CCTA. That's fine.
Okay, then
It's
that's good.
breaking up.
Yeah, my Patrick, Lynn's saying that your voice is breaking up a little. Just let's Bart. Yeah, your hand raised.
Yeah, I have a question and a comment. I don't know if you want to do this in some order, or I can just launch into my questions and comments.
Well, actually, I do want to ask. I did want to ask Patrick first. If he wanted, so we saw the presentation. Thank you very much for giving us that. Patrick, did you want to add comments about this process in general, or anything in particular about the report?
So I am the staff member that sits on the LPMC TAC committee, and CCTA and PlaceWorks came and spoke to that group 2 weeks ago. I prepared a letter to CCTA that I sent today with my own comments that were meant to represent mine and Mayor Geringer's comments. She's the representative on the LPMC board committee. So I provided that, but those comments were meant to come from LPMC. But I can take comments. I can share those. I can share that letter with this committee, and then the commission, and then receive your comments, written comments, over the next month, and consolidate them and send them off.
Okay. So I think what I'd like to do is I'd like to go through now and have commissioner questions. They can be general or specific. Then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back for, I guess, some additional opportunities to ask additional questions. So Bart, since you were ready to go, let's start with a few questions from you.
Okay, thank you. This plan is a big plan. There's a lot of content to it. One of the things that grabbed my attention as an active cyclist here in Lafayette is the low stress bicycle network. I had a sort of a challenging time getting my head around that. I understand what it is in theory. I'm just trying to figure out what that would be in practice. What I understand from reading the plan is that the goal is for La Miranda, 53 miles will be considered low stress biking, a low stress biking network. Correct me if I'm wrong, but of those 53 miles, roughly 34, a little under 34 miles still need to be planned and funded. So there's a lot, there's still more to go. And I understand what it is. I understand the levels of stress 1 to 4 that are established to sort of grade the network, the low stress network. I guess my concern with it, maybe this is my question, something you can respond to, is if we're going out to try to either modify existing bicycle facilities to make them low stress or find new routes to add to it, which may require modification of some sort, is this going to be distraction to the communities in Lamorinda, Lafayette, and the other two, just trying to build out their overall bicycle networks, to complete those, to fill gaps, to address safety issues, to do all that stuff. So I guess my question is, if we're trying to make everything low stress, is this going to be, or trying to make most of it low stress, is this going to be a distraction from just trying to get everything that we feel need to be accomplished done?
Thanks for the question, Commissioner Carr. I'm gonna ask my staff, Colin Clark, to chime in and see. Colin, can you address the Commissioner's point there?
Sure, thank you. So I'll have Tarina chime in after this if and Matt is certainly welcome to as well. Just want to point out that the low stress bike network is nothing new necessarily. The countywide bicycle and pedestrian plan was adopted by the Contra Costa Transportation Authority Board in 2018 in July. And so I just want to make the point that it's not new, but I hear you in terms of what you're saying in terms of local priorities, and don't necessarily know if this draft action plan is intended to change that priority in any way. This is a regional multi-jurisdiction plan. It's not just a local plan. So I'll let Tarina chime in.
Let me jump in there. So as a always recovering public works director, and I'll defer to Mike and others about the priorities in your individual jurisdictions, there are always competing objectives, even within the capital improvement program. And I'm also an everyday cyclist, and I tend to gravitate towards bike boulevards because of new pavement and driver behavior that I can predict and things like that. I sometimes get a little scared, and especially the class 4 channelized facilities because of the unlearned behavior so far, and electric bikes and things like that. So I think what it really comes down to, since none of the actions in the plan are obligations for any of the cities, it still falls back to the local jurisdictions, to this commission, to the planning commission, to the council, and your community to decide what is going to be the most important thing to build first. So it may be that even if we get to the fairly aspirational goal of the additional 34 miles, in so doing, we may have done other things first, like class 2 bike lanes or other facilities. So I think the thing to keep in mind with the low stress bike network is the ideal or idealized vision of being able to travel safely. And one of the really big things about this is protected crossings as well. I'm sure you all know that just having a class 1 or class 4 facility, if the crossings aren't safe, they're not really complete. And I actually heard of an anecdote the other day from Santa Cruz where someone was coming off of a class 1 facility at a crossing, and there was a UPS truck parked in front of it, which was very invisible in the dark, and they just went straight into the truck. So, the crossing and the striping of the crossing and a big issue. But I think the bottom line is, once this plan is in place, there will still be local priorities. There will be the capital improvement program. There will be competing objectives, even within the bike facilities program itself. And the city will maintain total local control over which projects rise to the top. But the idea behind the low stress bike network is, if the funding is in place, if the priorities align with it, it's really the best way overall to create a system where bicyclists at all levels of ability and experience can enjoy bicycling in a safe environment. And so I think if we keep that in mind, knowing that the reality may vary and other things may come first, and even non-bicycle, non-pedestrian facilities might be more important for certain safety or other reasons, that's probably the framework the context that's best within which to view this.
Yeah, Matt?
Yeah, thanks. Let me just go back to the countywide bicycle and pedestrian plan. So one major component of that was this countywide low stress bike network. And we developed that network by looking at the 20 local bike plans around the county. So every city's bike plan and the county. So we developed that network from those plans. And it is CCTA's goal to fund and, somehow build out that network. However, like Charlie just said, the decisions to what segments of that countywide network is built locally and what other projects are built locally are completely up to the cities, the local jurisdictions. So it's our goal, like I said, to fund that larger network, but not at the expense of other local improvements.
Can I ask one follow-up question, again, relating to this? I looked at the map that you have in the plan that shows either planned and or funded low stress routes here in Lafayette. And interestingly, unless I misread the map or the color coding on the map, it showed that Mount Moraga Road and Mount Diablo Boulevard were either low stress planned and or funded, and that Olympic Boulevard was an existing low stress route. And I found that interesting because, well, taking the Olympic Boulevard as an example, if you ride Olympic Boulevard heading east and you're approaching Walnut Creek and the Highway 20 or 680 overpass, there's virtually no shoulder there. And with the speed of traffic and the amount of traffic there is anything but low stress. So I'm just wondering whether that's a correct designation, and also whether it's correct that Moraga Road and Mount Diablo Boulevard are planned and or funded low stress routes.
I could answer that one really quick. This is the exact type of comment that we're hoping to get. We took the low stress bike network again from the CCTA's 2018 countywide bike ped plan. And as part of this project, we've tried to update as much of that network as we can, because when CCTA did the plan, a segment maybe didn't exist that does now exist. And in several cases, we got updated GIS data from local jurisdictions. And we've found over time that there are little segments like that where our data has not caught up to what is actually on the ground. And so that's great feedback. And we can definitely look closer at those segments and make sure that we're designating them as the correct status.
All right, Bart, can we go to Stella now, or you want to follow up with additional questions?
I'm done for now. Thanks.
Okay, Stella?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much to everyone for sharing this plan. It's very comprehensive. There's a lot to go through. And just as I guess a follow-up to Bart's comment about the low stress bike network map, I do see a section on here that says low stress facility, but I've talked about this with Patrick Golier and we walked it. It's actually marked, well, I don't know if it's marked no trespassing, but it's over the East Bay mud aqueduct, and it's behind a fence at times. It's locked by a private pool. And so I can send you comments about some of the map data separately, but I just wanted to echo what Bart said, that there may be some data issues or corrections for the mapping. I have a question just about the overall process. If I know that I had seen back in, I believe it was March last year, the information or the notice about the public workshop, the online public workshop. And in reading Patrick's staff report, it says that the plan's been prepared with stakeholders, including LPMC staff. And I see in the plan, it lists Patrick, but I know that he's only been with us for a few months. So I wonder if you could help us understand who would have been the staff for the LPMC prior to Patrick. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at Tarina smiling. Thinking,
It'd be
yeah,
Mike.
Our
Morgan.
hero, Mike.
It'd be Mike.
I
So
just
Stella,
saw
that was me.
Okay, okay, very good. I see. And then I guess question, are the TAC meetings, were they public meetings or not?
I could say that I went back and listened to the video of the TAC meeting from October 19th, and some of my questions will relate to that. But so they are, although they're not always easy to find after the fact.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I had looked through and found the LPMC meetings on the city agenda, but I didn't see any for the TAC, but I may just have been overlooking in the calendar. I think that was my main question for now. Thank
Or
you.
I might be wrong. Maybe it's a different meeting, but Mike?
So no, CCTA did ask us to make sure that even our TAC meetings were noticed public meetings while we were working on this action plan. And we did that. Stella and the public, everyone, you would find that through the SWAT website. It should be linked through. We try and link through our own city website as well. But again, that's the Southwest area website, which LPMC is like a sub-region of, if you will. So because this process is under CCTA and the different regional transportation planning committees, that's where you'd find it on the transportation committee website.
And is that on the CCTA website? A subset of that, or I've never heard of the SWAT website, so.
Sorry, I can't answer that. I don't know, to be honest.
Okay.
There may be a
Okay.
link, but it's not on our website.
Just so you know, so the public knows, if you Google, it's called swatcommittee.org. So it's SWAT, S-W-A-T, committee.org. It's one of the better of the regional planning groups. It's one of the better websites. Okay, Stella, additional questions?
No, I think that's helpful. That didn't work for me, so maybe I'll get that from you offline.
Yeah.
That Earl.
Yeah, sorry, we can't
It
share
seems like
chat.
that is something that should be linked from the city website.
Yeah.
Somewhere under the transportation, city department's engineering transportation area.
Good. Okay, Greg?
Thank you.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, I will echo Stella's comments. It's a very comprehensive plan or draft plan, and there's lots to work through in it. I guess I had a couple of process questions. The first being that it appears that the most recent La Miranda action plan was in 2017, and I guess one question is, how do they relate? Does this one build off of that one? Are there different priorities? What are kind of the significant changes? And then two, just with respect to that, plan from 5 years ago, for lack of a better term, who goes back and sort of grades that and reviews that and says, where do we stand from what the objectives were and the goals, and where we actually are in 2022?
I can definitely answer the second part of the question, and I'll go back to the first in a second. So each local jurisdiction, in order to receive that 18% return to source funding that Tarina covered early on in her presentation, it's 18% of Measure J goes back to the local jurisdictions for them to use. We call it local streets and roads maintenance, but it can be used on sidewalks, bike ped facilities, transit shelters, things like that, staff time, anything related to transportation. So as part of the growth management program, in order to receive that funding, each city every 2 years submits a growth management program checklist, and they have to go through, there's 13 questions, but one of the questions is, basically you have to document your compliance with the action plan. And basically that compliance is what steps has the city taken to implement the action plan locally. So each city is asked what steps they have taken to implement the action plan. in most cases, cities are taking those steps. There can be cases where a city is doing something that puts them out of compliance with the action plan. In that case, it could put that 18% in jeopardy, but we generally work with the cities to keep them in compliance. But that is a potential, that is kind of a stick and a carrot to keep the cities focused on implementing the action plans. And I'm totally forgetting the first part of your question now.
Kind of what significant changes or differences or improvements in the 2017 to this draft?
Yeah, so the really they did build off of the 2017. We had a lot of kind of good goals in there. We had a basic network of regional routes, and we had these multimodal service objectives. So what we did this time is we really expanded the modes. We previously focused on roadways. So we basically said you have to now include routes of all modes. So adding transit modes, adding bike and pedestrian modes, and then looking at those non-modal topics that Tarina mentioned, the climate change, safety, and innovation technology, and I'm forgetting the other one. It'll come to me in a second. So really it was developing a framework that included those new topics. And a lot of that was because of changes to state law, SB 743, which took level of service out of CEQA and replaced it with vehicle miles traveled. So it was kind of a new way of looking at the transportation system without focusing on how long are people waiting at traffic signals, but looking at, how are other modes affected and what are other ways of looking at impacts on the transportation system.
Okay. Thank you. Carl, if I could just one more.
Yeah, please.
And then it was helpful to sort of hear how these, the CCTA is, I guess, more the facilitator here, but they're locally developed plans. So then when this plan, this draft goes forward, will it be sort of deemed approved? Does it go to the 3 La Miranda city councils for approval? Are there other entities then before it goes to CCTA where they roll up the 5 plans total?
I guess I'll jump in. So these plans are done at a sub-regional level and they're approved at a sub-regional level. So typically all of our action plan development is done through the La Miranda Project Management Committee, just because we want to make sure that everything is agreed upon. These are these cooperative multi-jurisdictional documents. So we don't want to be doing the planning one city at a time. We don't typically include the cities as part of our public outreach. However, we do encourage, local jurisdictions to talk about these plans amongst themselves and bring that feedback to LPMC.
Yeah, and just to add to what Matt just explained, so the approval is done at the RTPC, at the Regional Transportation Planning Committee, and that's comprised of the city elected officials, and then it rolls up to once the LPMC approves it, then it goes up to the SWAT, the Southwest Area Transportation Committee, and then that committee actually does the approval. And then just to repeat myself, once the approval is done, then the process goes to CCTA at a subsequent board meeting for acceptance.
That's it, Carl. Thank you.
All right. Vianney, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you for the nice report. But I have a question. How did you arrive at a low stress route? And maybe Tarina can share it.
Colin, do you have the criteria? It was part of the countywide bike ped plan update in 2018, where we identified a network of routes that, basically could get you through a town to the next town. But I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember the detailed criteria that went into that.
That's what I'm very curious about, because it can be a low stress for someone, but it could be a high stress for somebody else.
Colin, do you want to talk about the actual levels of stress that we identified?
I think before you add your comment, I'm just cheating a little bit. I'm looking at the plan right now, but I think one of the definition is the level of stress is that most people of all ages and abilities can feel safe bicycling on these facilities, physically separated from vehicular traffic. And I think sometimes I hear in the industry about a low stress safety where a 6-year-old to a 60-year-old can ride comfortably.
It comes across as somewhat fuzzy to me. So, but
I read somewhere in the plan that it's based on the number of vehicles and the speed of vehicles on the road, and also the presence and width of bike facilities on that road.
I see. Thank you.
And another one, just to add to that, straight from the countywide bike and ped plan adopted in 2018, is if you've heard of the segment of population that's sometimes described as the interested but concerned, sometimes self-described interested but concerned segment of the population, which is typically 60% of the greater population. But all ages and abilities is the long-term goal.
Thank you.
Art Vianney, are you all done?
Yes, thank you very much.
Lower your hand, and then Lynn, your turn.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, are you done? Yeah, Vianney?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, for one thing, I'd like to ask a couple of questions, but I had a little piece of history to put into this. This is the second phase for our public that's listening. This is the second phase of Measure C that was adopted in 1988. And the Lafayette Traffic Commission played a major role in both the passage and the wording of that ballot measure. The money that you talk about, the return to source dollars, that has been the most popular facet probably of this measure was conceived of by our traffic engineer at that time, and for all the time until he died, Chuck DeLue. Probably some of you may know of him. He was probably one of the prominent traffic engineers in the United States. I carried that myself to the formative committee when we were writing the ballot measure, and it was accepted to go into the ballot. Let's see, what else could I tell you about that? It was called Measure C, and all of this began to germinate at that time, little by little, building, and so on. I've got some comments to make also. Let me look at my papers here. Oh, I for one thing, I would very much like our city council to hear a presentation from this group. The LPNC people are not elected, and our city council is. So I think that is extremely important. They have always heard every single action plan that we have agreed to. It has been usually a hearing. It's on the agenda. The public comes and comments, and I think it's very important to do that. Another point I wanted to make was the fact that we have had very little publicity, heard anything about this. There was a day before the pandemic and so on, earlier years, when we were very much up to date with all of the dynamics that went on as these plans were conceived. And then all of a sudden, this has become very secretive, it seems to me, or at the very least, maybe it's because we're short-staffed, I don't know, but we're not getting the message to our public about these programs and these plans. Another comment, somebody brought up the bike lanes and the maps. One of those maps here shows, I think it was a route of regional significance recommended for St. Mary's, and the map showed that diagram that we just saw a little while ago. The map showed Moraga Road, and it said Moraga Road, St. Mary's, and you don't combine them. They're not combined. The St. Mary's Road veers off to the east. Moraga Road continues straight out through Canyon. They don't meet. So you can't put them on a map and show a line and say this is Moraga Road and St. Mary's Road. It just doesn't work because that's not the way they are. There are several items here that came to my attention. I thought your document was very good, by the way, very good. And thank you for your hard work. That it certainly was hard work. We've got, for example, let's see here. There are numerous things to bring up. For example, your page 24 talks about a plan for emergency access and evacuation as part of the transportation system. And yet Pleasant Hill Road was recommended to lose their slip little way of turning. I don't know what you call it, but anyway, I was the chair at the time we ran that meeting when we decided to do that. It's been very successful. It keeps the road clear. People are able to get out of there. I remember when I asked one of the pool representatives why he recommended that, and he thought, well, if the people have to back up Pleasant Hill Road, I mean, not Pleasant Hill Road, Spring Hill Road, then surely they would ride bicycles to avoid the congestion. That is no reason to remove the slip lane. From
I think what I'd like to do though is keep going with your comments and questions, but I want to hit up a few more process questions about the report. Then we'll, when we come back from public comment, I do want to touch upon some of the things you've been talking about.
Yeah, let me just make a couple more before you do that, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There is a comment here on page 2, number 2 on that same page 24, preserve and enhance the semi-rural character of the community goals. As I understand it, the LPMC representation voted to remove that. I certainly do not want to remove it. We will like our semi-rural character, and even if you think it isn't, or if other people think it isn't, we still want to keep it. We do not want any committee, and particularly one that isn't elected, to be stating that we're going to remove that. We like that. It was your recommendation to keep it in, and I certainly would support this committee's, the writer's recommendation to do that. Let's see what else. I think we need to talk more about the routes of regional significance and what can be accomplished, because there was a recommendation to turn St. Mary's Road into that. And we're having a terrible time with congestion as it is without we're getting traffic all the way from Alameda County, South Alameda County, and Silicon Valley cutting through here. That's probably why all the bicyclists saw so much traffic heading toward Walnut Creek, because they can save an hour at least, and then they come over the hill from, say, Silicon Valley and Alameda County. They head down Really Station Road, which is very much a neighborhood, and then they hit Pleasant Hill Road. They duck out Pleasant Hill Road. They hit Highway 4 and so on, and they're gone. We want to stop that if we possibly can, because that goes right through our neighborhoods where our kids are riding bikes and so on. Anyway, more later, but thank you very much, and I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Okay, there's a lot in there. Does the PlaceWorks have any comment, anything that Lynn was talking about or asking about? Is there anything you'd like to address now? I have some general comments. When you're done, I have some general comments, then I want to public comments. But when we come back, I do want to spend some time on routes of regional significance. I know that some of the attendees will want to speak about that, and I have concerns about the route of regional significance, both the identification as described, as well as what can be done in terms of objectives. So,
and fire protection too. We need to talk about fire protection.
Okay.
Evacuation routes.
So first, but on your statements, Lynn, let me just go back to PlaceWorks or staff, Mike or Patrick. Are there anything that struck any of you on Lynn's comments that you wish to address?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a cogent, logical comment about St. Mary's, and I might have to go back to either Mike or Matt, because I think it predates Patrick being on LPMC, but we had a specific request from LPMC, and I cannot remember if it came from Moraga or the LPMC as a group about St. Mary's. And before Mike looks like he may have an answer, before Mike gets put on the spot, I just want to remind everyone the whole idea this time around with the corridor maps was basically, you get that they look a little bit like the BART system maps, right? The idea is they're supposed to convey in general where travel is occurring and by what modes, and so people can kind of see, what these corridors are. And then there is a list, as Lynn pointed out, of the actual routes of regional significance. And remember, the criteria is if they carry traffic between more than one of the subregions of the county, and the subregions have a shared interest in what happens with that route. So I realize there's some it's politically charged, and whether a route is a route of regional significance or not can make a difference in terms of how people view whether improvements should happen or not. But Mike, do you remember, or Matt, do you remember? Because I don't think we originally had St. Mary's Road on there. And I think the LPMC as a group made a decision and directed us to do it. And I just don't remember if it was a group decision or Moraga was behind that and it became a group decision, but someone is going to remember, I think.
So Matt, maybe you can, you'll probably remember the final, but let me just start in general that all three jurisdictions, Lafayette, Moraga, and Orinda, had requests for additional routes of regional significance that were not included on the last plan. We basically had San Pablo Dam Road and Pleasant Hill Road. That was it for the LPMC area, the La Miranda area. So the other routes were requested because we felt they met the criteria, the regional traffic, the volume flows, and so forth. But they were also requested, Lynn, to your comment, because they will likely be the major evacuation routes during an emergency. So that was kind of the criteria and the discussions. And we had some very robust discussions on routes of regional significance. But I would say just in general, all jurisdictions wanted others included. St. Mary's and Moraga Road and Moraga Way may have been specifically requested by Moraga, but not disagreed to by the other jurisdictions of Orinda and Lafayette. Matt, is maybe that your recollection as well?
Yeah, I think it was.
Can I say something in there? Moraga does not have those roads going through their neighborhoods. These are neighborhood roads in Lafayette. That's not true of Moraga. They're big, wide roads in Moraga. It's a very different, they can do that all they want to. They probably don't even look out their windows and see any of that traffic that's coming, cutting through all the way from Silicon Valley. And they tell me about it, and they tell me how much time they save. And that's very nice for them, but it's terrible for Lafayette.
So
Matt,
under the action plan process, unless a road is named a route of regional significance, there's no cooperation going on, no discussion, no interjurisdictional conversation. So making a road a route of regional significance does not make it a highway. I think people get stuck on the word regional, and really regional means the sub area, La Marinda. And so designating a road as one of these routes does not make it an official highway or give it some sort of signage. What it does give you is more control over the future of that road, whether you want to add bike lanes or whether you want to add speed humps or, whatever it may be. I'm not suggesting any of those for St. Mary's Road. But all I'm saying is by designating it, it gives you more say in how that road is, one, impacted by development. Developers have to analyze their impacts to that roadway facility because of their upstream development. So if you're not a route of regional significance, you don't get analyzed. Your impacts from development don't get analyzed. And that's one of the main components of the growth management program. So we feel like even though, St. Mary's Road does primarily run through the city of Lafayette, it's serving a major destination in the southern part of the area, but it gives you the tools to manage that traffic.
We don't have the capacity. Let me tell you about Really Station Road that takes you to Pleasant Hill Road, which is a wider road.
Right, but you can manage capacity by doing things that are the opposite of widening, by, making more room for bikes and pedestrians, or removing a lane on roads where there's too many.
You can't remove a lane. When we started out working on that road, it was one 7-foot lane and one 8-foot lane. It's in a canyon.
So
there is no space.
I want to explore routes of regional significance more when we come back. And I failed to, when we were making introductions, I failed to mention that Teresa Geringer is also in the attendees, and she might also have something to say on the routes of regional significance, as well as the issue of having the city council hear or not hear this plan. But going back to Matt Kelly's comment, and this is some general comments about the process, and then I want to go to the report is pretty good, but I wish that when next time you circulate a draft, it's not scanned as an image, it's scanned as a PDF with searchable text, because I had troubles finding portions of of the document. So that's something you might consider in the future.
Carl, a comment that the file was too large, and that was Therese that printed it out and scanned it. So
yeah,
that was on our end.
I figured that was probably an issue. I just pointing out that it was hard to find cross-reference when I wanted to look up from one section to another. So I've got also concerns about routes of regional significance, but I don't want to talk about them until we come back. In general, the process is good, but I did want to go back to this idea of next steps that was shown in the one of the slides. I understand that the consultants have been doing a lot of work on this and have had multiple meetings, including pop-ups, which I guess that's good to offer people chances to provide input. But I personally, I'm not sure how how effective they are for getting down into details, other than getting people's opinions. So I don't know what the effective number of meetings really was. But I find that if this is kind of the first big glance at it, and there's sections in this report which are really obviously still a draft. And you know, listening to Patrick talk about how he's just sending in comments, and I know that you've been getting comments from, you know, Arinda and everything up until recently. It would have been great to have a more complete, an opportunity to see a more complete draft. That's just part of my feedback. Okay. I've got specifics about different chapters and so forth, but I'd like to, unless there's no other process questions, I'd like to go to public comment. Commissioners, okay with that? Okay, let's do that then. I'm opening up the meeting to public comment. If you're in the attendees list and you'd wish to comment on something, please use your raise hand feature.
Okay. Chair, would you like to call on people and I'll let them in as panelists and then.
No, you can bring them in the order they raise their hand.
Okay. We have Kristen.
Mhm.
I'll bring her in as a panelist.
Yep.
Everybody can hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
I'd
Great.
like to see her.
I'm on day 15 of COVID, so I'm not looking my best here.
Uh-huh.
I'm hearing a lot of you speak, and like me, everybody seems to have a personal want. I'm hearing the bicyclists say they want low stress lanes. I'm hearing people living in different parts of town saying that their areas are congested. I certainly am not a different person. Like you, I have my own wishes for my side of town, which is unincorporated county in the Release Valley area. And I started to get involved because we knew our neighborhood kids were not getting to school reliably. When I say not getting to school, they'd leave an hour early for their schools in La Miranda, and they were 30 minutes late, 20 minutes late. So it was taking over an hour to get to school. Our kids didn't have any other options to get to school. It was be behind traffic in a bus or be behind traffic in a car and be at a dead stop. My YouTube channel shows this traffic on normal days. Anybody can go and find that. So I guess when we're talking about low stress bike lanes heading in the opposite direction of regional traffic in AM peak, for example, Olympic to Acalanes and AM peak, which is opposite of regional traffic. My concern is, are any of you concerned about fairness? How is fairness measured in the La Miranda action plan? And how is this 18% that goes back to the cities spent fairly? I don't see anything in the La Miranda action plan or being talked about by you participants on fairness. How are we going to get the most amount of people to where they need to be in the peak hours? So that's all I have to say.
Any questions?
But I would love answers.
Yeah. Any questions from the commissioners? Kristen, I wanted to thank you for your letter, and I was going to bring up some of those points from your letter later in the meeting. Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. Would either Commissioner Kandel or Mayor Geringer wish to speak? Oh, I'm wrong. People just raise their hands.
Let me go ahead and let Gary and Tricia in.
Mhm.
Let me try that again. Oh, no, that worked.
Yeah, thank you, commissioners. And I just want to actually echo a couple of points that several people have made already tonight. And just to reiterate, I certainly believe the city council should be part of the approval process on this, and not taking anything away from you, Mike or Patrick, but you're not elected, you're employees of the city. The city council are the people that we elect, and I would certainly expect that they would provide an approval process to this. So that's point number one. Lynn made a comment about the semi-rural nature of Lafayette. That's obviously one of the reasons that we moved here, and I'm sure many, many people in Lafayette would say that's one of the things they love about the city. And if you're thinking of taking that objective or that guidance out of the document, I would very, very strongly encourage you not to do that. Lafayette is a semi-rural city, and the nature of it, and we shouldn't lose that. And the other thing about, I used to be a bike rider. I've gotten to the point now where I can't. I'm getting close to 70, and there are a lot of people that would say, okay, if you take a lane like Release Valley or Release Road or Topper Lane where I live, and you say, oh, I'm going to take off part of the road from a biking standpoint, that just makes it even more inequitable for people like myself who now have to rely on cars to get around and can't use the bike process. So I would be very careful to say where we put in additional bike structure and make sure that the residents that live on those streets can also access and get around Lafayette, particularly when that's the only way that they can get around. And then one other point was raised in one of the slides. It said, oh, we're going to reach out for input from the public. And one of them is a November 6th pop-up, but we don't know where it is, but we're going to go ahead and get information out about that. That gives people 2 days notice to say, oh, there's a pop-up on today's the 2nd, that's 4 days from now that we're going to actually be gathering information. So I know you've got your own timelines that you're trying to follow, but I would encourage you to rethink how quickly you're trying to move some of this stuff forward when, again, some of this information is still in draft form. We haven't had a chance to look at all of that. And I would encourage you to slow the process down, get the City Council of Lafayette to approve the process, and think about some of the items that you've included in this. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? All right, thank you. Oh, sorry, Lynn.
Yeah, I just had a thought, because people are still, it's such a short period of time. I don't think we have to. I never used, when I was chair, I never used a gong. I never timed the people who were speaking. If you don't have a lot of people who want to speak, can we not just let them speak and ask them to use their own good judgment as to how long that might be? And if you might do a reminder if they get to be too wordy. But I think it might be a very valuable thing if we could hear more from our people.
I like to keep the procedure we're using, and obviously if someone's like in the middle of something and I have questions, or a commissioner have a question, then that's great. People also had the opportunity, and many people sent in some very thoughtful letters. So people have the opportunity to send in letters ahead of a meeting also. So it's not just the time they can speak now, but it's also ahead of the meeting. So,
And they were good letters too.
yeah. So, Lynn, you can lower your hand. Let's go to the next attendee.
All right, the next attendee will be Cheryl. I'm promoting her to panelist.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I really appreciate what Commissioner Dane suggested, and I really will echo the last speaker. He said a lot of really wise things. I will add one more thing, is that we have added to the mission statement the semi-rural part of it. So if it's in our mission statement for City of Lafayette, we can't really take it out in other documents. I really think that it needs to go to our elected officials, our city council, before it goes anywhere else past, I guess, December 5th. And then I'm kind of disappointed with the outreach. I'm a very active citizen. I go to a lot of meetings, and somehow I'm not aware of this. And I would have gone to pop-ups that I known about them. I shouldn't have to go to some other website that I've never heard of to find out the information. And when I've never even heard of the organization. So the fact that I'm just finding out about it now shows that the communication isn't really working. And I know the staff is short, but it's been a year, and I think the community involvement is just kind of getting a hold of this. And so having a meeting with either the city council and Transarc, or just the city council, but I think that's very vital. And I agree with the last speaker about the short notification for the next pop-up, which is at an unknown location and unknown time. So thank you very much. If you can get more details for that location before the end of this meeting, that'd be great. We'll spread the word, but please send this to the city council for review before it turned in December. Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl. Any questions for Cheryl? Lynn?
No, I don't, but
Oh.
can we, in the next few, whatever we're doing, if they're not oceans of people, can we please show their pictures? We all
That's-
like to have,
The pictures are optional based on the participants' desires to show or not to show them.
on whose makes the decision?
That's just been the longstanding process as far as I know.
It's an entirely different feel if you can't see the person you're talking to.
I understand your desire to see people. Okay. Anybody else in the attendees list that wishes to make a statement or a question?
I will be letting Buckley Hughes in, promoting to panelist.
Hello there.
Hi there.
I'll turn my picture on for Lynn. I have a couple of questions and comments that on the slide that was, let me get to a better view here so I can see everyone that's here. In the slide presentation, I think it was slide 14, the person speaking spoke about November 6th, and then it was in the slide November 12th and November 17th for the virtual online public reach out. I sent a letter to Patrick Golier earlier about this, and he said it was really up to CCTA in presenting that information, but yet we still don't have that information. So as somebody had said earlier, the 6th is 4 days away, and the questions associated with whatever is being presented is, at least from my perspective, who's going to present it? What are they going to present? Whom physically is presenting it in a manner representative of specifics to the plan? And will they actually know about the plan? Is Matt Kelly going to be there, or is John Wong going to be there, or Mike Moran, or, who's going to be presenting the information? Where's it going to be at? And then I noticed on the virtual online, which is the 17th, the SWAT meeting is the 16th. So that information isn't going to be available to the SWAT. And I just don't know how that all gathers together. So in reading through the La Miranda Action Plan, several other things came to mind. And that is, when I read the numbers on your page 91 of the action plan, it talks about every 4 to 5 years they're updating the plan. I think Bart Carr brought this up, or perhaps Mr. Brown brought it up earlier. The RTOs, which regional transportation objectives, are based from 2016 to 2019. And our actual population has dropped 9%, not only in terms of ridership, but usage of the roads. So it seems like the values that you're using might be a little bit blown up or inflated, if you may. So again, back to page 91, it said, I would like the LPMC to know and document this condition of population value discrepancies for their draft plan. So that ends my time.
No, you've got 30 seconds left.
Oh, thank you. The dates, I think, are important, but more importantly, what material is going to be presented on those dates. So that can go to anybody that's on the Zoom call right now. I just am looking for answers because I would like to attend those dates.
Okay, we'll ask those questions after the public period.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, any other questions there?
No, but Buck Hughes used to be a traffic commissioner and he was very good.
Yes, I appreciate his letters. Okay. I don't see any other hands raised, so we're gonna end the public portion of the meeting, the comments, public portion comments. There's a lot of comments that were made. Let's see. It's 8:40. I think we'll try to keep going and then take a break a little later. So if that's okay. Okay, so what do the commissioners want to do? I've got questions about the report itself, and there's been some concerns about the meetings and so forth. Let me start by asking some questions. So with maybe, I don't know if Mike or Patrick, or whether this is better for Matt Kelly. The last speaker was talking about timing, both on the pop-up, the last pop-up, and then the SWAT TAC meeting on the 16th. And maybe someone can kind of elaborate on the process so that we're able to understand. We've got this document, it's still being revised, there's more input coming in. It's going to be, and if I got this right, it's going to go to SWAT, and then eventually it's going to go to the LPMC committee and the SWAT policy board in December, right? So, and John already said there's opportunities to provide input, right, between now and the time, presumably before it goes to the committee and the policy board. So, would someone, one of you three, want to comment on how this is all going to play out?
Okay, I think I'm up because nobody's stepping up. The questions are completely. We understand the question about the outreach, and in all fairness, yes, we've identified the date. I think the short notice. I think those are quite valid points that you've made. I don't know, Tarina, we even, for the Moraga, November 6th, if we even have a location yet, because it does take time to coordinate with city staff and other other events to have the pop-up events at their locations. I know we've had pop-up events at BART. We have to communicate to BART that we're going to be there. We've had pop-up events at Farmers Market, and we have to kind of It takes some time to facilitate, but I completely understand. And it's probably not the correct way to proceed, giving you all a very short notice. And then on the subject of the pop-ups, I think the pop-up serves a little bit different purpose than the committee meetings. Community meetings is where we work on the details of the plan and then the nuts and bolts of the plan. The pops-up, we've had pop-ups, and then we really broaden up the topic to the simple high-level questions. What do you like? You know, what do you like about transportation? What do you dislike about transportation? And then we just let the individual folks talk, and then we will take all the comments and kind of distill it down and try to incorporate into the plan, depending on the location of the pop-ups. So we may not have the plan as you see it now at the pop-up events, but we do have other boards that communicates. Yeah, there's only so many modes out there: roadways, bicycling, pedestrian, and transit. So we really get the general pulse of what the public is interested in improving and receiving those type of comments.
If it's okay, John, I'd also like to add that there's a
Charlie, real quick, let me just say, the goal of our pop-up events was very much that, a pop-up that people aren't expecting. We aren't trying to gather people in one place. We're trying to get people where they're at, like at the farmer's market, and engage them in conversations about transportation and what that means to them in their city or their commute to work or wherever they're going to the doctor. So we found out that by advertising events about the action plans, no one was interested. So we figured we would go out and just start talking to people about things related to the action plan and things related to their daily transportation lives and incorporate that into the action plan. So we're really not trying to get people there to talk about the action plan. We're trying to just talk to people, and really through the pandemic and beyond the pandemic, the only way to do that has been to intercept them where they're at and really catch them off guard, because people just aren't really willing to go out of their way to sit in a meeting like this to talk about the action plan. There are people here tonight, we recognize that, but that hasn't been our experience up till this point. So we've been trying to reach as many people as possible, and we received hundreds and hundreds of comments at those events. But we want to make that clear to you that these were not focused on getting people to these pop-up events to talk about the action plan. That's a meeting like this. We figure the people who are interested in action plans will come to a meeting like this. So just wanted to kind of separate out the different
That's helpful.
styles of public outreach we're attempting.
Charlie, did you want to add something before we go to Stella?
Yeah, I mean, there's also a unique circumstance here, and it's just a virtue of how the whole process is played out, which is every other subregion in the county had one set of pop-ups and virtual meetings. And this is now the second just for La Miranda. La Miranda is the only one of the 5 subregions of the county that is having this additional extra set of pop-ups and extra online meeting. And, you know, so it may seem like we're late in the process, but we've actually gotten input from pop-ups in La Miranda and other virtual and online and in-person meetings that has populated the actions in the action plan. And in addition, one of the highlights of this whole process is the CCTA board held its retreat at the Don Tatson Community Center about a month and a half ago. And all of the elected officials from the county, the CCTA staffs from all the cities, elected officials from the cities were there. And it was really, really powerful. And that happened right in downtown Lafayette on a working day with, I think there were probably 70 or 80 people there the first day. It was really amazing. And one of the most amazing things about it was this kind of cry you're hearing all around the Bay Area. And the Bay Area, of course, is going to be first with this kind of stuff. But elected officials were saying transit is an essential service for transit dependent people. And now I'm hearing it in San Jose. You know, Oakland and San Francisco have kind of been saying this before, but there's a lot of really great momentum coming out of Lafayette and La Marinda about fairness and equity, as Ms. Altbaum mentioned, and different modes of travel and people of different abilities, like Mr. Risk mentioned. So I don't want this group to be left with the impression that like this is just coming out of, this plan is coming out of nowhere and we haven't had a chance to talk about it and our community hasn't been involved. A lot of people have been involved. And one other piece to this is a question was asked earlier that hasn't been answered, I think by Mr. Carr, about the genesis of the actions in the plan. And I did want to answer that before it got lost, which is we as a group, as a team, started with the existing action plan. And remember too, that Tarina had talked about the current CTP, the 2017 CTP was built first and then the action plans after. And so I think we as a group thought that's relatively anachronistic. Really what we want to do is build it from the ground up in the communities, including Lafayette, Moraga, Orinda, and La Marinda as a whole. And so a lot of this process that's happening now really never happened before in any of the CTP updates. We're building it from the community up, including people who have stopped by pop-ups, who have come to farmers markets and who have given us lots and lots of emails and in-person input. So
okay, just a quick follow-up before we go to Stella. At this CCTA retreat, to your knowledge, or do you know if there were Lafayette City Council members present?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you know who might have been there?
Gosh, I'd have to go back.
Or more than one?
Yeah, Mike, I think there were 2 or 3. Mike, do you remember?
No, it might have only been one.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Stella, you had your hand up.
Our mayor. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not certain. There may have been another one there as well for part of the time.
Okay.
Oh, we can check the roster and get back to you on that.
I'm just curious because of one of the concerns that I've been seeing on emails and also from speakers is we'll come back to the process again later, but the concept of a city council hearing a report like this, Lynn asserts that in the past, city council heard this before it was kind of approved, and that's not the case now. So I was trying to understand if there were city council members at this meeting. Okay.
And I'll just say, I've been at CCTA for 16 years. We've never gone through the cities as a ahead of or as a condition for approval by the sub-regions, the RTPCs. We may have given presentations to cities as they requested them, but this process has always been done at the RTPCs. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Stella, sorry.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I was going to mention something about this Lafayette BART pop-up, that it was the 9th of March, and that the first time the public in Lafayette got notice of the project was right before the public workshop, the online public workshop. So I guess, I was going to say, before I heard Matt Kelly's comments about the nature of pop-ups, how do you expect people to know about a Lafayette BART pop-up if you're not going to tell people in Lafayette about it? You're only going to get the people getting off of BART, which, as we know, in this point, ridership being so low. I would ask you, how many people actually did you interface with at that pop-up? Because I would imagine it'd be very, very, very few people in March of 2021. I saw in a Lafayette Weekly Roundup newsletter, which is how we hear about most activities and events from the city, that the November 6th was scheduled to be in Moraga. And so just to clarify for those who are watching who may have gotten that Lafayette Weekly Roundup newsletter, that right now Moraga is not the location. Moraga Farmers Market is not the venue for the November 6th pop-up.
Thank you. Okay, Lynn.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. That was a. I'm sorry. I was asking, is that true or not?
Oh,
Because
okay.
we
I'm
have-
sorry. I thought
last
you were
week
just
we
making
got
you telling us. So sorry.
Sorry, no. This is a question. Last week we got an email, the Weekly Roundup, on the 28th, and it says Moraga Farmers Market, November 6th. And so I just want for the public who are here, just to clarify that there is no date or there is no location for that November 6th date. Is that correct?
That's a great question. So we worked with La Miranda staff to figure out where the two pop-up events would be. And Moraga and Orinda both said they would like for the pop-up to occur in their jurisdictions, and then Lafayette would join into the virtual workshop. Moraga wanted theirs to be at the Moraga Farmers Market, and we are trying very hard to get in touch with those who put on the Moraga Farmers Market. It's pretty hard to get in touch with them. We had tried it earlier in the process earlier this year. So we're hoping that we get in touch with them. If we do, that is where we intend to have it. But right now we're working on backup locations. And so we'll have that information when it's ready. The information that will be, presented, the pop-ups are informal. So there's not really any like formal presentation, but the questions and, the general quick engagement that will happen at the pop-ups will be the same as at the virtual workshop. And so if you're wanting to participate, you can definitely go to any of the 3 events, all 3 of them if you would like, but they will be pretty identical. And so information and questions that you get asked at the virtual workshop will be the same as the pop-up. So if you do need to choose only one, you can do so and not feel like there's information that you're missing out on.
I guess I'd have a question maybe for Patrick and Mike. Why would Lafayette not want to host one of these pop-ups? Why was the decision made to just have the virtual workshop for Lafayette?
So I would say Lafayette already has hosted a pop-up, and it was at the Lafayette BART station, and some of you didn't know about it. Lafayette specifically wanted a noticed public meeting, so this workshop that's coming up in 2 weeks, and you will see from Lafayette staff and Moraga staff and Orinda staff much more advertising for that one, because that's the one where the whole jurisdiction can come together. So to us, it was more important to have an evening that's notified with about 2 weeks of notice. You'll see signs at least 1 week out on, we talked about placing those on the projected routes of regional significance, for example, so that almost everybody that drives within a few days is going to see one of those signs somewhere. Suzanne is on this call. She will be doing a lot of publicity on this, like in the roundup. So we wanted something that would reach more people than the several people that an individual person could talk to at a pop-up, because they only have so much time, and you're capturing people as they're getting on or off BART, for example. So to us, that was more important, but it's again, this is a regional plan, so there's something for each of the 3, and we've already also had a Lafayette pop-up. It's passed already. So if you weren't part of that, we wanted to give Lafayette a better chance of participating, a more advertised chance, if you will.
Thanks so much for clarifying that, Mike, because I had assumed that virtual workshop was just anyone can come, and that wouldn't necessarily be widely publicized within Lafayette. But hearing what you're describing makes me reassured that it will be a Lafayette event or workshop. I do have one comment I wanted to make about the turnaround. The workshop on November 17th, the SWAT TAC meeting before that, and then the day before that, and then the plan to be discussed at the December 5th LPMC board, as well as adoption at the December 5th SWAT meeting. That's about 2-week turnaround for the November virtual workshop comments and feedback over Thanksgiving. So it seems like very aggressive of a timeline. And it makes me wonder just how much will you really be able to incorporate in that short period of time, should you get a lot of comments and a lot of considerations to take up. I think those are my questions for now.
Thank you for the comment there. We'll take a second look at the schedule and see if we can stretch out a little bit more.
Okay, Lynn?
Yeah, first I would like to know how many people are spoken to or with at these pop-ups, for one. The other thing I wanted to say on this particular subject,
Lynn, let's just do one question at a time. So,
well,
you'll have a chance, that way they don't have to remember.
that was a sidebar. What I really wanted to say was, oh, never mind. Lost my train of thought. I'll tell you in a minute.
I'm sorry, Lynn. So her pop-up question was, are you gonna disclose how many people you talk to at pop-ups versus other mechanisms?
I'm gonna ask Tarina or Raul to see if you guys keep tabs of that. I remember that we kept pretty good records of that.
Yeah, we do. We keep very detailed Excel spreadsheets of every comment and exactly where it came from. So we have, the date and what event it is. And so we can go back at any time and we can take a look at how many comments were received. We also track, how many flyers we pass out. So last time we did outreach, we were passing out flyers to advertise the virtual workshop, which is going to be the same case this time. We do still keep track of all of that information. And then in the action plan in chapter, where is that at? In chapter 1, there's a public engagement section, and it shows that 30% of the comments that we received from all of the countywide outreach we did were specific to Lamorinda. And that was higher than any other subregion. I think the next subregion that had the most comments specific to it was West County. And I think it was something like 22 or 24%. So from the Lamorinda events that I attended, we were able to engage a lot more than in the other subregions, which was really great.
Lynn?
Yeah, what I was going to say was, if you wanted to know more about how we handled the action plans over the years, Leah Greenblatt was on the judging committee for some of the funds that were doled out through Contra Costa County, some of the OBAG monies. I noticed that she was on that list of one of the judges. She was our transportation planner for many years, and she also worked with the last action plan that we heard, and it was definitely heard by our city council.
It was. I found the presentation from December 9th, 2013, we presented to the city council, but it wasn't for their approval. It was for comment. So I just want to make that clear that it's the approval of the plan is at LPMC, but last time Lamorinda was the only city we met with separately from our GPT.
There was one after that. The last one, what was it, 2017, and the city council reviewed it and made some changes to it. You can ask Leah if you want to. You can talk to Don Tatson.
Okay. All right.
The commission followed that very carefully, and it wasn't one night for the presentation. We worked on that for quite a while.
Well, that might be so, but my understanding is right now, the process that we're going through, and Mike, you can talk about this if you want, or John, that Lafayette is part of this process, and it's not going to go to the city council. Is that fair thing to say? That it's, Mike, you want to answer that?
So that is a process, and I mean, in that CCTA's process, I do want to comment on one thing that I want to clarify that I've heard a few times today. The TAC, the staff that has helped support this plan through this whole process, yes, we work on it. And we heard the comment, we're not elected and we're not representative of the people. And that's somewhat true. We're not directly elected. But it is representatives and elected that do vote on your plan. It's just, again, it's not just Lafayette. You have one member from Lafayette, and in this case, one member from Orinda, and one member from Moraga. They are elected, and they are who vote on this plan and whether or not to adopt it or not. It's not your staff, and they're in on the conversations, they're on the discussion. So it is a representative countywide through the regional transportation planning committees, and every one of the jurisdictions has an elected that represents them, but it's only one. And that's in some ways fair. It doesn't mean that it couldn't be presented to a city council in whole for comment, but then it would still go back to the regional transportation committees, and those individual elected, maybe with the blessing of their other council members, would adopt that plan. So I just want to be clear that it is the elected, but in our case, and in everyone's case, as far as I know, and please CCTA staff correct me if I'm wrong, but it's one elected per jurisdiction, and that's the vote. And our elected is our transportation representative, if you will. So sent by our council, and you know, all of our council members work so hard. They're on many different committees and commissions and liaisons to several. So in this case, one of them is for transportation. You know, you have two liaisons for Transportation Circulation Commission as well, but transportation duties, if you will. So I just wanted to clarify that it's not the staff that's voting this. It is the staff, of course, helping work on it.
Yeah, and that process, I'll get to you in a second, Lynn. This process is consistent with what's been done for many years then, right? Since at least 2013?
It's not true.
Okay, so Lynn?
It's not true.
Okay.
Our council has in 2017, heard that action plan.
Yeah.
And they made changes to it. They happened to be changes that were recommended by the traffic. At that time, it was called the, what did we call it?
Transportation.
No, it wasn't.
Circulation.
Circulation Commission.
Yeah.
When
Okay.
Leah was, yeah.
Well, okay, so let's move on. If you're okay, Lynn, let's move to Bart's question. He's had his hand up for a while.
I'm not okay if the city council isn't going to hear this.
Bart?
So my question is in reaction or response to some of the comments that we received from the public regarding concerns about impacting the rural character of Lafayette. Just if you could just respond to my sensing is that this plan, we in Lafayette is not required to follow this plan verbatim as is. There's flexibility, there's latitude as to how components, the RTOs within this plan would be implemented in Lafayette. And I assume the city of Lafayette staff, this commission, city council would have influence on how those RTOs would be implemented. That's one question. So I'd like somebody to respond to that. And my second question is, which body actually manages how this plan is implemented? And I'm sorry if this was addressed earlier, I missed it, but is it the RTPC? Is that the body that will actually manage how this is implemented? Is it SWAT? Is it our city council? Who actually does that?
Well, each action is, so there are some actions that are implemented by the local jurisdiction. There may be some that are implemented by a transit agency, but basically it depends on what the action is. If it's to, add a sidewalk to Release Valley Road, I keep using random, I'm just throwing out random examples, then that would be a City of Lafayette implementation step. But if it was to do something on BART, then it would be a BART and maybe funded by CCTA or something like that. But it just depends on the action. Each has a different implementer.
But I assume CCTA is watching what each city is doing. And
yes, and that's done through the GMP checklist process.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And then my question regarding maintaining rural character here and how this plan is implemented in Lafayette so as not to negatively impact rural character. Again, we would have significant influence in that aspect of it, right?
definitely. Any change to any existing facility within Lafayette will be decided on by Lafayette.
And I thank you very much. And I quickly just wanted to also respond to our first commenter was Ms. Altbaum, and her concerns was regarding fairness within this plan. And I share her interest or concern with fairness and how this plan is implemented. And I just wanted to comment and get your reaction to this comment, whether you can actually write in fairness into the plan, or really fairness comes from how the plan itself is implemented. Can you comment on that?
I guess that seems like the second part of what you said. In terms of fairness, the plan isn't a funding document, so it doesn't say thou shall spend this amount of money on this project or this project. Like I said, those decisions are left up to the local jurisdiction. But in terms of how I think Ms. Altbaum referenced the local streets and roads, the 18% return to source funds, and if those are spent fairly, and that is CCTA dictates how they can spend the money, kind of what is an eligible expenditure, but those expenditures are decided on by the city, and generally, I think, and Mike can comment on this, as part of CIP and other
My take from listening to her comments wasn't so much on how money was being spent, but how the plan implementation benefits the majority or all of the Lafayette community, and no part of the community is receiving more benefit than others. I thought that's where she was coming from. And again, I think that the way the plan is implemented, it will best assure that most or all of Lafayette is receiving benefit of the plan in a fair way.
Yeah, I don't want to say that there's a built-in mechanism in the plan that make sure the money is doled out, fairly across the city. So I think that is something we could add some language, related to that. But I think that is dependent on the local jurisdiction deciding how to spend their local monies. CCTA doesn't track the geography of the expenditures within a city.
Lynn, your hand's raised. Did you have another question or comment? Or do you need to just lower it?
You talking to me?
Yeah, do you have a question or comment, or do you want to lower your hand?
Oh, yeah, no, I have a comment. The CCTA certainly factors into whether or not cities get money for which projects. And there are other monies also, OBAG type stuff. And those are the big dollars. And they're very important, but you were wondering where the money comes from and so on and so on. And so, yeah, they care very much about these projects. They evaluate them. There is a committee, which, as I said, Leah Greenblatt sits on now. She had worked for another jurisdiction after she left Lafayette. So we haven't seen her for a while, but there's a lot of interest in where that money goes. And CCTA plays a major role in receiving monies.
Any comments on that? Okay.
I'll agree. We do the OBAG funding. We administer the OBAG funding, but we have committees that decide how it's dispersed, made up of local staff.
I can't get my hand down.
Okay, we'll keep trying. Stella?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, because I think I may have missed or gotten a little bit confused in the conversation earlier about goal number 2 on page 24, the preserve and enhance the semi-rural character of the community. Is that in the current draft plan, or did someone say that it's been stricken from the plan?
It's in the current draft, but I think somebody had commented and wanted to strike out. So again, you have different point of views and different suggestions. So that's where we would take back. And now we hear your comments that Lafayette wants to retain that sentence in there. So we have to reconcile it and indicate so.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying. Appreciate it.
And I concur with Stella. I was going to ask for that to be retained, number 2.
I can also comment on that specific goal. It's in your existing 2017 action plan, so it was carried through to this one. And the reason that it appears in the draft action plan is because the one jurisdiction that asked for it removed did not get the other two jurisdictions to agree. And so our project team and CCTA did decide that it would stay in the plan. So I think for us, that was, kind of stricken from the list of edits we might make. So we do plan to keep it in at this point.
All right.
Okay,
I'm going to
great.
launch.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, I'm going to, if everybody else, all the other commissioners, you can raise your hand later, but I want to go through a few things, and try and do it quickly so that we can take a break and then move on to another subject. But I want to just make sure. So we're going to be I'm going to give you some ideas, and you've been listening to our feedback. You're going to make sure this process is correct. You're going to be taking this information and working it into the next draft, right? You're also going to be incorporating information from the virtual meeting and the pop-up, right? And then that will go to the SWAT TAC and the LPMC, the LPMC committee and the SWAT policy board. Is that right? That's the process. And then from there, it goes to CCTA. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure I understand that. Okay. I wanted to touch on a few things, and I'll take the easy ones first. These are going to be in reverse order. Okay. Appendix B, summary of action plans, is basically empty, right? So that's going to be filled in the draft for the meeting on the December 5th. Then is that the right way to think about that? Okay. On page 63, and you don't need to, I don't really need an answer, but 63, table 7-4, I didn't understand the level of service F greater than 55. Maybe I just don't know it. But I know E is less than or equal to 40. Okay. And the reason I've only brought that up is because there's been a lot of talk about VMT and taking over from level of service, but I understand from the previous meetings, you've mentioned that level of service is still a valid measure for the way that the capacity of the roads are really how we're living our lives. And this goes back a lot to Kristen's comments in her letter and others. That gets back to this whole concept of regional routes of significance. And so two things I want to explore here. One is whether or not we have what's the process now for declaring St. Mary's Road a regional route of significance. I'm not sure I understand who's deciding that. And personally, I think it makes sense based on what I've heard, in terms of, upstream, downstream conversations, right? But when you someone's first address, how is the St. Mary's route of regional significance? How is that determined? And let's start with that.
I guess I'll try. So basically, I mean, we start off with the existing 2017 action plan, which really just had Highway 24, Camino Pablo, and Pleasant Hill Road, and we started the conversation: is this right? Do we add? Do we take away? And as part of that conversation, where St. Mary's Road emerged, and I don't know if any of us remember who was the first person to mention it, but it did get consensus amongst the three jurisdictions by the end of the conversation.
Okay, so basically the mayors, is the right way to think of it? The three mayors, or I'm sorry, the three representatives.
It was recommended by someone, and then we can go back to the notes and see who it was, and there was consensus during that meeting to include it. And also, I just want to mention the Moraga Way, Moraga Road, if I'm not mistaken, in the existing plan, it was identified as interregional routes of significance, so it was elevated to regional routes, and that was consensus by all the city staff.
Yeah.
Moraga Road is not a route of regional significance. And if you want to know when the other one, Pleasant Hill Road was made a route of regional significance, it was about the year 2000.
Yeah.
Roughly.
So, and perhaps I've overlooked it. So is in this draft plan, is St. Mary's Road designated as a route of regional significance, or is that just a topic for consideration?
Karina, are we correct to say it is proposed as part of the draft action plan to be included as a route of regional significance? So, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I wasn't aware. So the there was a, and just as a matter of, I had done some research on, I looked at the West County plan, and they've got a lot, because somewhere in the report it mentioned that, oh, there's really not very many routes of regional significance in our area, which right now currently is just Pleasant Hill Road, and we might want to add others, right? But the West County has got several pages worth of routes of regional significance, right? So I think the definition of the route of regional significance, that's the abbreviations on page VII. It listed as freeway routes of regional significance, and so that is just I think a little curious to use the word freeway in there, because that's not in the slide you shown earlier, right?
Yeah, that one is a typo that we do need to remove.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So back to, it's already been proposed that that's St. Mary's Road, and we know about Pleasant Hill Road. I have been concerned about the lack of discussion and planning that's happening. And I don't see everything, because there's a lot of subcommittees and a lot of different things going on. But personally, I could really echo Kristen's sentiments about Pleasant Hill Road is a huge impact on traffic for a lot of the residents, certainly in the Northeast. And there's the upcoming, development and everything else. And so when I was looking through this document, I noticed that there is under the, find the chapter here for you, the chapter 4, routes of regional significance. There's no objectives under that. And I know that these objectives, the new name is the, forgive me,
RTO.
Thank you. Yes. There's all these RTOs are supposed to be essentially as SMART goals, right? This is the goal. It should be measurable, and it should, we should also, inherently, we should prioritize a lot of these things. So I see in that chapter, it's not specifically listed there. I would think that we should have in chapter 4, we should have some goals around certainly Pleasant Hill Road and interactions, we need to emphasize that Pleasant Hill Road needs more attention. And so the question is, how do we do that? I want to highlight this for the CCTA, that this is a interjurisdictional issue, right? And I don't feel like we've been having enough focus on this. So I'm looking for or for the other commissioners to maybe help us add something either here and I know that there was also in the roadways plan, I saw somewhere, there was also something about regional routes of significance in one of the roadways objectives, but I personally would like to have it called out specifically in this chapter. So can you respond to that?
A response to that one, which is in chapter 4, we also refer to mode specific maps, and on the, let me get to the map here, on figure 4-1, the second note that has 2 asterisks It's directing you to figures 5.1, 6.1, and 7.1.
Okay.
And those are the more fine-grained maps that we're using to implement the RTOs. So if you specifically go to chapter 7 and figure 7-1, this is an instance where we're showing you just roadways that we've included in the intersection and the segment LOS analysis. And so you'll see there that Pleasant Hill Road it's marked in the blue, which means that it's an existing arterial route that we're measuring under the RTOs. So there are more detailed maps that are associated with certain facilities that are linking those facilities to being measured under a specific RTO. And then a lot of facilities are specifically called out in the actions as well. But if there's a facility that you don't think is represented in the actions very well, you could certainly propose that we add, consideration of that facility too.
Lynn, you had a comment?
Yeah, a question and then a comment, if I may. You didn't add south part of Pleasant Hill Road to your route of regional significance recommendations, did you? Because we don't want it.
No, it stops at SR 24.
Yeah, okay. One of the problems with routes of regional significance is that you lose control of your own part of the road. Kristen's problem, and I helped her with the first part of that for about a year, maybe 2 years, is because the kids were not getting to school on time. The road was jammed. They were trying to trail the back roads, trying to get an entrance into any place. Kristen wanted, she practically begged, Susan Kendall helped her part of the time. We got nowhere with the city of Pleasant Hill because they did not want to change the signal. All they had to do, and all we were asking, was for Pleasant Hill to be willing at the signal, what's the road? What is it, Carl, over there? The entrance where they meet at the, what is it? This is where Kristen's territory, she's out of the city limits.
Withers.
There's a cemetery.
Withers?
And she,
Grayson.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's it. And all she wanted was for them to delay that signal a little bit in order to get more time for the kids to get there, to move the traffic. And they wouldn't, they refused, and they're still refusing. And you lose control of what you want to do with your own road if you get a situation like that, and this, which is exactly why I don't want to be plagued having St. Mary's Road as a route of regional significance. It's more punishment than it is asset.
Okay. Bart?
Can we take a break at some point in time?
Yeah, I was going to do that after this, but you're right. Let's take it's 9:23. Let's reconvene at 9:30. Sorry, everybody, for not managing the clock better. So we'll be back at 9:30. If you're in the house, but you have your video off, please come back. We'll give 30 more seconds and then see if we can get Stella and Lynn back. All right, Lynn. All right, Lynn. You want to lower your hand
Oh, whoops.
if you can?
Sure. Sorry if I make you all hungry.
No.
I haven't eaten dinner yet.
Okay. All right. So
Did it
it's
go?
9:33. See, Stella's still not here. She probably got caught up, but there she is. Okay.
Apologies, everyone. Thank you.
Hey, no, and I apologize for everybody for not, thank you, Bart, for reminding me. I apologize for not taking a break closer to the 2-hour mark like we're supposed to. So I would like to, I'm going to finish up my comments really quickly, and then because this is it's still is part of a process, right? That's ongoing. But I want to just finish up on the issue of regional routes of significance. So on what I'd like to do, and you tell me how to do it. What I want is I want to have the routes of regional significance chapter have some sort of goal in it that will help elevate let's say differently. I want the subject of planning for the routes of regional significance to be elevated. And so I don't know how to do that. There's a lot of good questions in Kristen's message that have been bothering me for a long time. And so my proposal is that you create an RTO for page 29 or somewhere else and say, the Pleasant Hill Road route of regional significance needs more attention, more cooperation between the jurisdictions, something to that effect. And with the goal that someday that corridor can, if we raise the importance of it, then we can apply for grant funding, for studies, for changes, something of that nature. Does that make sense? Anybody object? Any objections to that idea? Lynn, you're waving.
Excuse me. I agree that something needs to be done, but we've already had $6 million given to us. I got it myself.
Okay, well.
And it went exactly there, where that section of Pleasant Hill Road.
Okay, well, this is now. So let's. I'm just going to say that's my feedback. If you guys can work it in somehow, I'm sure Patrick will be glad to help you with that, and call me if you need to. All right. And one last thing I had, and I was started to work from the back front, and I forgot why I tagged Appendix C. I was curious, the transportation modeling results. Maybe it hasn't been done yet, but I was curious why there's no results associated with Highway 24 and 680, the intersection impact on Pleasant Hill Road. That's something to consider. Maybe that's not what you're modeling, but seems like in La Marinda area, a lot of the impact is going to be at the intersections with Highway 24. So do you have any comments on that, or is that something you want to look into?
That's the merge between 24 and 680 that happens just to the east of the La Marinda subregion boundary. So it's actually in the central county action plan.
Right. Well, my point though is Highway 24 is right through the center of the whole valley, and I don't see anything associated with Highway 24. We know that Caldecott Tunnel is a choke point. Okay, traffic backs up from Pleasant Hill Road, from the freeway all the way back for some time. So I didn't understand. I just didn't understand why there wasn't any Highway 24 in there.
Yeah. So Appendix C is intersection LOS.
Yeah.
And so the place that you're going to find that data is in Chapter 7, and it's table 7-2.
Okay.
It includes delay index and buffer index for State Route 24.
All right, I'll look at that later, but that's fine. So those were that was my question. So basically, I just wanted to talk about that corridor, Pleasant Hill Road corridor, because I'm sensitive to it. It's been something that I've been mentioning in different meetings over the years, and I'd like to have it called out. Okay. All right, Lynn?
Yeah, if the CCTA has any influence at all over the Department of Motor Vehicles or Caltrans, whatever you want to call it, that off-ramp, a lot of the neighbors over in his area make a left coming off of that intersection because they're terrified of the fatalities that have happened at a right turn onto Pleasant Hill Road. If you stop there and it backs up and people get so frantic to get off there that they smash into the car that's waiting to make a right turn on Pleasant Hill Road at that intersection, the off-ramp from 680. And they kill them. And it does happen. And I know people who never make that turn because they're afraid they're going to get rear-ended. So they make a left instead, go all the way down to Old Tunnel Road and stop a U and come back up again so nobody can hit them from the rear. But that's what's happening. And if you have any influence at all in what can be done with Caltrans or whoever governs that intersection, it isn't us, I'm sure that we'd all be very grateful.
Stella.
Thank you. So maybe a follow-up to what Lynn's saying, because I actually was going to ask a question about, I think, that same off-ramp. So the 24 West off-ramp at Pleasant Hill Road.
Yeah.
So I had a question. I was thinking about this off-ramp, but I wanted to ask you a question about table 7.1 to ask what was the meaning of RTO3 intersection level of service LOSE at freeway ramps. Could you explain that?
That's what happens, what I just described.
So when it says LOSE at freeway ramps, is it at the intersection of an off-ramp and a local road?
Pleasant Hill Road.
Okay, let's have PlaceWorks answer that.
Oh,
Yeah, I think the answer to that one
Thank you.
is,
Thank you.
can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, it's not lighting up. So new Zoom issue. Oh, there it goes. I was talking, but didn't get my yellow box. I think the issue there is the safety issue that Lynn just described, which is the level of service coming off the ramp is looking at whether you're going to be vulnerable to someone hitting you from behind, right? So LOSF at a ramp is exactly what Lynn described, and that's the biggest issue, right? The biggest reason to hang on to LOS no matter what happens with VMT is twofold. One is in town, 2 cycles at the same signal. Nothing makes people more upset and ruins quality of life than watching your signal turn green and turn red again. But the bigger safety issue, even bigger than being stuck on an on-ramp, is being stuck on an off-ramp. And so the idea there was, in no case can we live with LOSF at an off-ramp, which is exactly what Lynn described, where you're vulnerable, you're sitting there and you're vulnerable to somebody coming at high speed. And I would argue, even with LOSE, sometimes you trail enough onto the, back towards the freeway on the off-ramp, the cars are going next to you in the lane, the lane that's still traveling at high enough speed that it's still very disconcerting. So, LOSE is something where we feel we can work with Caltrans and make a difference. But even LOSE can be somewhat disturbing at times. So both points are very good one.
Okay.
Okay, and just to clarify, where is the description? Is there a table that says what LOSE is equivalent to? I understand it with respect to delay, but I don't follow what it is in the sense of the off-ramp that you're describing.
It's still the LOS for intersections that is listed in table 7-3.
It's the seconds of delay that a driver experiences.
Yeah, and I think your point's a good one. It's still based on this kind of archaic standard of delay, but the kind of the implicit and I think true understanding in the transportation community is that LOSF would mean you've actually come to a stop, and LOSE, which is still not great, but is more manageable, is you never do come to a complete stop.
So then how does, I guess I'm sorry, I'm being very dense, but how does that relate to, say, the off-ramp in downtown Lafayette, the Oak Hill or downtown 24 West, where it actually has a signal at the end?
Yeah, so I think there may be some confusion between segment level of service and intersection level of service, whereas segments looking at how cars are moving down a segment, whereas the intersection, it's the LOS is the amount of time that people spend at the signal delayed. So for intersection LOS, level of service E is between 55 and 80 seconds of wait time for an individual driver. So they are actually coming to a stop, but it's around a minute.
So regardless of whether there's a signal or not.
These are signalized intersections. Anytime we're doing intersection level of service, it is at a signalized intersection. Mike, you'd agree, right?
Okay, so then just to go back to that 24 off-ramp to Pleasant Hill Road north, then that is not considered, well, it's not signalized, so it wouldn't fall into this LOSE at freeway ramps.
Well, it's a roadway segment level of service issue, not an intersection level, right? So if, and Mike can jump in if he wants, but if it were actually the timing of the signal that was backing cars up onto the ramp, then you could deal with it as an intersection level of service issue and change the signal timing. But the issue generally with the off-ramp is not necessarily related to the signal, it's related to the traffic volume. And so there are other roadway segments in La Miranda area that have issues besides the off-ramps, but the off-ramps are the ones that pose the safety issue. Other ones may be driver annoyance and delay and inconvenience, but the off-ramp issue is one of safety.
What would be your
okay, well, that one.
for it? What would be a solution for that problem at that location to stop them from moving so fast into their neighbor that might be stopped and they weren't? What can be done?
Yeah, so I mean, this is the classic question in transportation, and I know Mike just wants to jump in and take this from me, but basically it's a volume to capacity issue, right? So I'm old enough that, I remember planning in the 80s, if not the 70s. And the idea then was you build your way out of it. You add more lanes, you add more turn lanes, you add more capacity. But what we learned over and over and over is it just fills back up. If you build more lane width or lane miles, the cars will go there and create the same situation. So it kind of goes to your point, Lynn, which is driver behavior has to change. And the driver behavior change that you described is pretty drastic, right? Like making a left turn going the wrong way, making a U-turn to come back. But it really is at this point because of the inability to add more lane width, even if you wanted to, which is really not the right solution. It's driver behavior. People have to take different routes or different times of day. And the time of day issue is not what it used to be. I'd like to say post-COVID and be optimistic. Although I know some people who just got COVID the last couple of days, but post-COVID, what's happening is people are going at all kinds of random times. And so now we're seeing not just the 2 peaks in the morning and the afternoon, but we're seeing people out there in the middle of the day who think, oh, I'm working from home in a knowledge-based industry. I'm going to get in my car and go. I'm out on the freeway. Where did all these other people come from? And it's people just being able to have more discretion about when they travel. So, but it really honestly goes to driver behavior. It's what route are you going to take? Understanding the traffic, what time of day. There's not a one solution, and there's not a good solution.
I'm sorry. Let's get back to Stella. She was in the middle of a question. So,
Well, sorry, I think I've been going in a couple of circles here, but I think maybe I'm starting to get the hang of this. I guess basically the thing that I've heard and that I also believe in is that Pleasant Hill Road off-ramps, they aren't signalized, they aren't controlled, and they're effectively free flow off-ramps onto Pleasant Hill Road, which is also effectively serving as a freeway. And so the question is, well, why can't those off-ramps be signalized like they are in other parts of Lafayette, in the other highway off-ramps in Lafayette?
Is there a reason?
Well,
Charlie, is there a reason
I
that
think
you know of?
Well, I mean, I don't know. So it is under DOT, state DOT, Caltrans. But I think the reason there is your volume of traffic that gets off at Central Lafayette is much less than what gets off at Pleasant Hill Road. And you're going to cause the problem that Charlie described, which is you're stopping when you're trying to get off a freeway, and that's going to back up onto your freeway farther and further back if you put that signal there. If you give them a red light and they have to wait 50 to 80 seconds, you might have a backup that's 3/4 of a mile long on an active freeway with lanes, with your number 1 and number 2 and number 3 lanes that could still be traveling 70 miles an hour next to stopped traffic. It's just a very dangerous situation. And that's what you're trying to avoid. And that happens already at that ramp, at that off ramp. So
I don't mean to
adding a
interrupt,
signal adding a signal is going to make that situation worse, given the volumes of traffic at your peak times.
I want to just ask, so this is getting late, and I feel like we're almost exhausting these topics. Is there recommendations, Stella, that you or anything? Do you have more questions on level of service? Anything that we want to include or delete from this report? Anything of that nature?
No, just helpful to get the clarification about table 7.1, but I still would like to, I guess, at some later point in time, discuss this topic of signalizing those off-ramps with CCTA and whomever else would be a party to that. I know it would be a very long process and a long project, but surely we can't just say, well, it'll cause a lot of trouble without actually studying it. And so that's why I'm wondering about what the process would be to elevate the question to an actual study to find out, well, what would really be the impact, both in terms of benefit for Pleasant Hill Road, as well as maybe negatives aspect to Highway 24 functioning.
So Charlie, is there something you can we add something about that topic into the report?
You never want to say no, but I think the best we could do would be to add an action to work with Caltrans to determine whether signals would be warranted, which is the signal warrant would be the key phrase. But what I fear is pretty much what Mike said, which is the study would show that adding a signal would create enough delay to actually exacerbate the problem. One of the things that could occur is free flowing right turn, which, let's face it, basically already happens now. You watch drivers come down and make that right turn. They don't always stop or, come to a complete stop. So, and there's not much you can do about the left turn, because if you create a free left turn, then you're going to trap people underneath the freeway. But, you know, I think, why don't we do this? Why don't we take this under advisement? I'll talk to Mike and the team and we'll see if there's a way we could approach something, and maybe even talk to folks at Caltrans. But I think the situation that exists, although not good, is probably better than it's going to be if we tried to refine it with signalization. And then maybe there's a different way to do it, but you know, there's the issue of the length of the off ramp, what happens when you get to the bottom, which way cars are turning, and where the next place that they turn is, because that all affects the speed. And so if you had like, for example, if you came down, you had a free flowing right turn and people could turn right and go 40 miles an hour, that would change the situation quite a bit. But yeah, I don't want to assert that it's a soluble problem, because I'm not sure that it is. And I do think, Stella, your point that it would require some serious study is true. And I would like to believe that it has been studied in the past, because it clearly is an issue today and has been for a long time. But yeah, give us a chance to look into that.
That's fair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just one point of clarification,
Yeah.
though. When you mentioned coming off of it and turning left, I want to be sure we're talking about the same location. Because what I'm talking about is the 24 West going Pleasant Hill Road exit, going north on Pleasant Hill. You can't turn left there. If you did, you'd be in a bad shape.
No, you're right.
There's
You're right.
clover leaves instead of left.
Right.
Right.
Okay, if you take the next cloverleaf. Yeah, okay. Well,
Okay.
thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Lynn, do you have a quick comment before I want to bring Teresa Geringer into the meeting?
Yeah, I do have a quickie. Can you Placework geniuses here, can you add something into your document about the role of enforcement? We're getting no enforcement practically from our police department, I hate to say. Can you say something about not all problems can be solved with engineering, that we need to make our police enforce, and somehow ours seem to think they don't have to on a regular basis. If they're begged and pleaded, they'll say we don't have time. But if you kill somebody, then they will find time for a while.
Well, I disagree with your characterization. The question is really for actually for Mike. Well, actually, Charlie, I don't know. You tell me if I don't know that belongs in the report.
You know,
There is a role for enforcement.
So again, and I will defer to Matt on this, because he's got a lot more experience in this format working with the communities. But certainly we don't want to approach our law enforcement partners with the assumption that they're not doing the right thing or doing what they can. The best you would see, I think, is an action that would say, you know, work with local law enforcement, and we could even name the agencies to resolve particular issues. And so what I would suggest is, when you guys have more time to think about it and you send us emails, if there's a way to not make it a blanket issue, but like really focus on, is it, you know, stopping at stop signs? Is it speeding? Is it failure to obey lane markings? Give us a little bit more depth, so that when we approach the individual jurisdictions, including yours, we can actually, you know, cite some particular situations that we think might be resolvable. But I don't think we would be successful going in with enforcement's not good enough. I think we need to focus on specifics.
But can you put it as an item somewhere on one of your pages as a goal, or can you just give a mention somewhere to enforcement and its importance?
I don't think that's appropriate.
Well, but let Mike or Charlie find out. I mean, state their feelings.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you send a note to Patrick and ask that he explore that with the other I don't know, not TAC, but maybe Patrick's the right person to explore that issue.
It needs to be in the report. That's why I'm begging Placeworks to say something.
LRSP is probably a more appropriate place for that, because it's Lafayette specific and it's about safety. The action plan is a different role. So still send me an email, but I would assert that would be more appropriate in our LRSP.
I didn't hear that. It's garbled.
Yeah, what Patrick was saying is he thinks it's probably more appropriate to put it into the LRSP than into the CCTA document. Okay.
LRSP, what's
The
that?
local roadway safety plan. Local roadway safety plan. So now those.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, so why don't you send a note to, I think we all get that. Wait, Colin, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to quickly add that in terms of enforcement, one of the things that local agencies can consider with input from the community is their legislative agenda in terms of what they request at the state level. And one of the things that is continuously, repeatedly proposed at the state level in terms of a draft bill is the idea of camera enforcement. So, that's just one type of enforcement, but just want to throw it out there that programmatically the LRSP could consider a recommendation such as that.
Would either Suzanne or I'm sorry, whoever, someone promote Teresa, please, so we can hear her thoughts and then close the subject out.
Promoting the mayor.
Hi, welcome.
Hello. Okay. Hi. I have been listening to the whole meeting and very much appreciate the report. Thank you to the CCTA staff and the consultants, and thank you to TransCirc and all of the folks who spoke this evening and also who submitted input. I just wanted to step in. Normally, I'm over in the green room or preferably on YouTube, so you don't even know that kind of I'm there listening to the Transportation and Circulation Commission meetings. But I did want to just jump in to, before you're closing this out, that we are looking at an option to bring this to the council, as Matt Kelly pointed out, for review and input. I don't want to get into the whole, history and all of that about how we've gotten here. I think staff explained that very well, how our regional subcommittees work. I do want to actually thank John Wong for mentioning that consultants and CCTA staff would go back and look at the extension of the deadlines, because I too think that, and shared this earlier today with someone at CCTA, that I think that deadline for having those additional outreach opportunities and then incorporating those comments into the plan before we come to the LPMC, and hopefully I'm saying that right. My acronym memory is not always the best, and then to SWAT. So I appreciate, John, that you will go back and look at pushing those deadlines out, because also that will give us that additional opportunity. As everyone knows, we do have a number of things going on in the with the city council on housing element and safety and all of those things that were mentioned earlier. So again, thank you to everyone. Councilmember Kendall and I are both listening. I don't know if it was noted when we have gone through and reviewed this plan and submitted comments. Councilmember Kendall, as the alternate to the LPMC and SWAT, was also part of those conversations. And so I know that I wanted to recognize that as well. So basically, thank you. Hopefully that helps with addressing some of the things, some of the questions, that came up. Also happy to, have anyone reach out and provide any additional input. So, and my understanding, I did want to address, I want to thank Kristen Altbaum for engaging and sending her letter, and you, Carl, Chair DeGiorgio, for commenting on the Pleasant Hill Road corridor. My understanding, and there's that the other spreadsheet on the action plan document, where those projects will come in, and as it goes forward, more of the implementation, evaluation, prioritization will take place as it continues to move forward. And so we have not forgotten, that corridor, and agree that we do need to continue to look at that. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. This has been longer than I expected, and I really appreciate the all of the people from CCTA and from PlaceWorks and the staff. I know after watching the October 19th TAC meeting, I know that Patrick has been doing just a lot of really detailed work. So I want to recognize that he has been doing that work. So thank you for everybody's input and for the public's input. I know that you have access to all of the public comments, and so please, if you can review those before you finish the next draft, that would be appreciated. So I'd like to close this out. Thank you again, and sorry for the late hour. All right. Now, sorry, commissioners, you can't go home. Well, you are, but I'd like to get going on the next item, the Olympic Roundabout staff update. I don't know if Mike, you were going to talk to it, or it's Patrick's ball of wax, but I don't know. You guys decide how you want to work that out.
Yeah, Patrick did a nice summary staff report for me, and just a little background. We were approached by bike advocates to try and improve safety in the roundabout, specifically for cyclists and pedestrians. And it was following the fatality that we had to a cyclist in the roundabout. So, and Carl was part of this, and several others in the city were part of a couple of field meets at the roundabout. And the city brought in Kimley Horn, who brought in a roundabout specialist from their Sacramento office. And we met out there a couple times. And the intent was, what can we do to just improve safety through this? And also just kind of evaluate the design. And I mean, the roundabout effectively works. It does what it is supposed to do, which is flushes a lot of traffic through at a reasonable rate of speed without everybody having to stop. Because if you recall, at that location at Pleasant Hill Road at Olympic, it was an always stop prior to that. So, if you were following the vehicle code, you came to a full and complete stop every time you went through that intersection. And now you would only stop if there was, opposing traffic in the traffic circle. So we came up with some ideas, and we honestly started talking about this over a year ago. It took a while to get a consultant on board and to get some evaluations. And to be very honest, they had some concerns because, as they reviewed the original design, they basically came to the conclusions that the original design did follow roundabout standards. But nonetheless, we came up with the most important thing to do is really slow the vehicle speeds approaching through the traffic circle and exiting the traffic circle. So that's really what they focused on. And Patrick, if you could do me a favor and share your screen with just their kind of proposed schematic here. So what we talked about was just doing some temporary or semi-temporary, if you will, striping and delineation and curbing, just using temporary materials. They also requested like additional sharrows through the circle, and improving visibility of pedestrian crossings and things like that. So again, we started talking about this over a year ago. They put together effectively this striping and curbing and delineation plan, if you will, and we have received a price of $103,000 to implement this. And part of it is very expensive just because of the traffic control required to work through this. I don't know if you recall when this was built several years ago. the detour route around this is actually all the way down through Moraga Road and St. Mary's Road. So you've got to go a long way around to get through this roundabout. So that makes it difficult. Traffic control is a little more complicated. It's a large detour route, so there's some cost. Another thing is that stripers are just really busy, so their rates that we're seeing per units of striping are very high. But what I wanted to bring to this group tonight is that we've received this, and we also have a planned permanent project for resurfacing Olympic Boulevard for the summer of 2023. We've started, so it's only 8-9 months away. So I came up with, we really should be looking at not spending $100,000 that we're going to obliterate in 7 months if we want to put in permanent features, but what can we do as part of this to use it as a pilot study to see what we want to implement in the permanent design. And I think for the most part, that's going to be some minor striping and some typically white delineators to choke down the lanes, to change the geometry into and out of the circle, and live with that. Now, the one other location I want to comment on is this southbound. So this vertical line from the top of the screen down to the circle. As you're coming down Pleasant Hill Road, the top of the screen would be like where Highway 24 is, and Pleasant Hill Road coming down southbound would be, headed down towards the circle, and then you could either turn right in a free right-hand turn and go towards Snake Hill Road or Relay Station Road and up the hill, or you could go through the circle and around and take Olympic and go like towards Rossmore. So what the consultant had proposed doing there was merging the 2 lanes of southbound traffic up at Relay Station Road, just north of this location, and then letting them split off again for the free right or for the turn through the circle. That would be hard to implement just using the materials that I was going to use. That would take something more permanent. But what we can do, and actually what was requested, is could we possibly look at eliminating that free right turn on southbound? And that would help in several ways. It would not help in traffic congestion, but it would help in several ways safety wise. If you were crossing in the crosswalk, it would give a driver more time to see you as you came down into that circle and around. It would slow down that traffic because they're merging into one, and then they've got to wait. And it would also have less cross traffic if you were a bicyclist riding through that circle as well. So what staff is proposing is, even though this may back up traffic significantly, traffic may learn to adapt better than we think. But we can close that off just with delineators and see how that works and just give it a try. And again, this would be a pilot study that would feed information for what could we implement permanently. If that didn't work, we could default back to Kimley Horn's suggestion of merging into one and then resplitting into 2, but it would still slow down traffic and be better delineated for a cyclist that has to kind of split between the 2 lanes if they're headed southbound. So that was one of the suggestions. So what staff suggestion is with sort of in-house public works crew, use delineation to try and neck this down, in general following their striping plan, and with the exception being that southbound Pleasant Hill Road, actually do something a little more extreme than what they're proposing and actually close off the free right. Now, that could be reopened at pretty limited expense if we needed to, but it would be nice to see what it would do for at least some weeks of time. And again, this would feed the information on our Olympic Boulevard project, and there will be public notification and public meetings on our capital projects as there always are. And there may be more interest at this one because of it will involve the roundabout. That same project would also look at improving bike paths on Olympic from the trail at Really Station Road through this roundabout. So, but it would look at doing these things permanently. It would be curbing if we're changing the geometry into and out of this roundabout, and it would be maybe additional landscaping. It would also include, and has already included, removing some landscaping if that's blocking some of the line of sight for crosswalks or cyclists or so forth. So anyway, that's our plan. It's not to implement this totally, but it's to implement the most important parts, we think, and learn from that, and then put those into a design that we actually would permanently implement should they be effective. And I see a couple hands up already, so happy to take questions on this.
Yeah. Let's start with Bart.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Let me just begin by saying that I believe that the roundabout is basically a very safe feature to negotiate if you're a bicyclist. And if you're, if you're a fairly experienced bicyclist, if you're not experienced, there's sidewalks that you can use. There may be tweaks that can be made that aren't as significant as what is being described here, both in the near term and certainly the longer term recommendations. But I think basically what we're dealing with here is safe. And I sort of wish that I could have been involved with some of the site visits on this, because I would have liked to have had input at that time. And maybe that would help me better understand what is being proposed here. I've got concerns, and let me just quickly, before I go into my concerns, let me just ask the question. Mike, what you just described to me is what is outlined in the staff report under the near-term recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. So regarding the southbound Pleasant Hill route, or the changes, the near-term proposed changes, which I guess you're describing now would be sort of an experiment or a test for longer-term changes. And I'm looking at the diagram sheet number 1, which is sort of a close-up showing what the near-term changes would be. Correct me if I'm wrong. Looking at that southbound portion of Pleasant Hill Road, you're taking away one lane of traffic, converting that, and my understanding is converting that into a bike lane in the northern portion of that, and obviously forcing traffic to take the one lane coming down. If they want to make a right turn onto Olympic, they're going to have to, at some point approaching the roundabout, move into that slip lane. Is that correct? Move in the slip lane.
That is correct.
That right turn, where
Yes.
if you're a bicyclist coming down, you're going to potentially come into conflict with those drivers moving into that slip lane or lining up with the slip lane. Or more importantly, if you're a bicyclist and if you want to go into the middle lane in order to enter the roundabout, you're going to be moving into that lane. If you're facing south, you're going to be moving to the left while they're moving to the right. So
that's correct.
What I'm trying to
Yes.
say is that that's a new point in what you're attempting to do here. That's a new point of conflict. And if you have drivers that are frustrated because they've had to wait in line because you've taken away one lane, as they approach, rather than slow down, you may get the opposite reaction. They're going to want to get into the roundabout as quickly as they can and try to negotiate this feature out of frustration. I have concern with that point, and then both on Olympic, both heading east and also west, the dark green features, which in the legend are proposed landscape hardscape features, those dark green sort of bulb outs, if you will. Again, that appears to force bicyclists into the lane, either if they're going west, forces them to go into the traffic lane to either go into the slip lane or the lane that would take them to the roundabout, again, producing the potential for conflict and sort of the same feature heading west too. also on Olympic. So I guess where I'm going with all this, I don't know if as I describe it to you, if it's making sense or not, but I see, just to summarize, I see new opportunities for conflict between bicyclists and traffic and what is being proposed here. And it just raises concerns. And I'm coming from my background of having used, bicycles through the roundabout many times. And just based on that experience, if these kinds of changes were introduced, I see there's new potential for conflict between bicyclists and traffic. And just to finish my comments, I wanted to recognize some written comments that Claudia Cohen submitted, indicating that the signs and the markings that would be incorporated in some of these changes could be a distraction for drivers as they attempt to negotiate the roundabout. In fact, I've talked to some people that are currently challenged at times when they approach the roundabout. And I think the addition of new signs and all the other tools that may be used at delineators, raised pavement markers, conflict striping, sharrows, so on and so forth, all those things, if those are included in some or all of these changes, will just make it that much more confusing too. So those are my comments.
Carl, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry. Do you want to answer some of those, or reply to
Well,
some of those, or gather?
No, I mean, I'll respond in general. I would say that the hardest issue for the cyclist is that southbound Pleasant Hill Road, and whether to, if we were to get rid of the free right, you could potentially have a bicycle lane that stays beside the traffic lane until you enter the circle. In the east-west, the intent was to put the bicyclists in the middle. If you're going to go through the circle and use the sharrows, to put the cyclists into the lane at a safer location, so that you're not doing it when all the cross traffic and all the looks are, every driver's kind of looking to the left to see if they can go in and maybe missing the cyclist. So I think that was some of the intent. And then I do want to point out that regardless of any of these, even if we do this split lane or single lane on southbound Pleasant Hill Road, there will always be an alternate out onto that pathway for a cyclist. And on Pleasant Hill Road, we do have that class 1 pathway, and there is the sidewalk using crosswalks going around the circle. Say you're a 9-year-old cyclist, for example. So, and wanted a more protected route, if you will. So I do agree that this could get more confusing, adding all of these things. I will say this and open this up. Matt Luttrop and I did a lot of the layout of this in just white paint. It's out there right now. You could go out and look at kind of what it looks like and get a feel. I don't think it's as confusing as looking at this diagram if you're driving. The intent of those bulb outs is just to basically reduce down the lane width for the cars, and I think that's still a good comment. And it also would give us more room for bike lanes beside it, or even a class 1 on at least maybe one side of the road for that permanent plan. So more to come on that as we work through that design. And as I said, there will be public meetings on that, and I'm sure there'll be input. But I mean, very good input, Commissioner Carr. Thank you. And happy to meet with you, particularly with your expertise on this. Yeah, you weren't part of one of those requested field meets, but we definitely want the perspective of cyclists, since it was really cycling advocates that asked us to do something. Just on the comment of the signs, I agree. I mean, if you went out there now and you actually stopped and looked and counted the signs out there, there's a lot. And adding one more, I don't know which 70 you won't see to see the 3 that we add. So, I think it has to be kind of intuitive, and people have to know how to drive through this. And And that is part of it, is there's still even a learning curve, even though this has been here for a little while, if you're new to this traffic circle. So
Can we
anyway,
hear what,
that's it.
Biani has to say?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I was waiting for Mike to finish. So yes, Biani, you're next.
Yes, thank you. What about rumble strips to make drivers more?
So the few places I've tried them, at the bottom of this really faint, you can see homes right here. The few places I've tried them, they're very loud. So there are some north of here on Pleasant Hill Road, and I suggested that. We even suggested speed humps coming into it, and it kind of went back and forth on a lot of things. But no matter what we're doing, you're trying to slow down the reasonable speed of a driver through this roundabout. And rumble strips was one way you could have done that. But I'm going to say they're going to be too loud. My personal experience, I've placed them multiple locations in the city and have always had to remove them, with the exception of where they are in Pleasant Hill Road.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that I was going to say, if you're going east, so you're coming from Lafayette and you go through the roundabout, you have only one lane, so cyclists have to merge. They have no choice, and that won't change anything.
No, that's correct, unless you use the bypass. A cyclist can exit and use that bypass.
Well,
so
yes, and then going west from Walnut Creek onto the circle, you have to cross the lane in order to go into the roundabout. So, which is quite dangerous, but anything we can improve there, making cars slow down.
Well, that would be in the intent of the bulb out, and placing a cyclist in the middle of the lane in front of those cars at a safer location, so that it's not happening when 3 or 4 cars are trying to merge into that circle at the same time.
Yeah,
that was some of the thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Closing the slip lane would be very helpful, because on 2 occasions, my captain and I got quite close, and we both yelled. I'm on the tandem, and we both yelled to the car to yield to us. So it would be nice if the cars were going through the circle.
Okay. Stella, is that it, Biani?
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, Stella.
Yeah, thank you. This is really, really good. I have a couple comments. One is that I know that recently, or the most recent advocacy was from the bicycling community with respect to the safety of the roundabout, but I do want to just acknowledge that there were parents of Stanley children who were speaking out, and I believe it submitted TARs in 2017 about pedestrian safety for children crossing Pleasant Hill Road primarily, I think. And so I just hope that in this process and in the site visits that there were some hopefully outreach to those parents. I have an email that I could definitely send back over to Patrick that Sia Shojat had sent to me when we started the Safety Around Schools project last year. And it was basically a package of a TAR from one parent who had worked very, very hard, I think, to try to get some improvements to the crosswalk. I think at that point, she only succeeded in flags. And so I think the RFVs are a great addition, but I have to say that I've walked the roundabout as a pedestrian, and the placement of the crosswalks does not feel safe to me as a pedestrian. So I don't know if Kimley Horn looked at it from that perspective, given the impetus, the more recent impetus from bicycling perspective. So did they?
So they did for pedestrian as well. And we did, and thank you for bringing that up. For crossing Pleasant Hill Road, we did add flashing beacon crossings. And what's proposed long-term, but would not have been practical short-term is, if you see the crosswalks here, the 3 different crosswalks you're crossing Pleasant Hill Road, and a green stripe just to the north of them. One of the requests was, can you make a bike lane beside a bike crossing beside a pedestrian crossing? So the white would be pedestrian. In other words, allow bicyclists, even younger bicyclists, to continue riding, but cross them at the flashing beacon crossing. So that's what that's intended to be. As far as the east-west flow of Olympic Boulevard and crossing Olympic Boulevard and the placement of the crosswalks close to the circle, one of my comments earlier was, if you get rid of that slip line, that would make that Olympic a better line of sight for that kind of, I guess it'd be the northwest corner there of the northwest corner at Olympic, not Pleasant Hill Road, that crosswalk, that would be safer. The others would be safer if we can improve some line of sight with some of the landscaping. And then the intent before you get to those crosswalks, whether you're coming towards the roundabout or through it and out of it, are to basically slow the average speed of a vehicle down. And that would make it safer for a pedestrian as well. And then finally, you could add flashing beacons as part of those crossings on Olympic. And that was a discussion as well.
I see.
Just like we did for the crossing Pleasant Hill Road.
For Pleasant Hill Road, yeah, it's the right turn from Olympic onto Pleasant Hill Road North. It's that crosswalk that to me felt the most unsafe, because the pedestrian can't really see that well around that corner, and same for the cars. And I agree that slowing people down in the roundabout would definitely help people within the roundabout. But I guess I'm not seeing, I guess what I'm saying is I'm not really seeing the Olympic traffic's going to slow down that much with respect to that slip lane to go north on Pleasant Hill Road. I see the pinching with the landscaped area, but given just that they're mostly destination is the freeway, people are in a rush, and Olympics, a great long big straightaway that they can just gather up steam on. So that's just my 2 cents about that particular east side crosswalk.
It really is all about slowing down. Right now, you can carry through that free right, that slip lane, fairly quickly if there's nothing in your way, right? So it's not just that bulb out, but then necking back. And then if you see around the corner, there's this little red island, if you will, called a truck apron blister, and basically necking down the width all the way through and into that crosswalk that you're concerned with crossing. So that's kind of the hope, right? And there is some evidence that reducing down that lane width and making the geometry a little tougher to maneuver will keep the average speed of the driver less.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's the objective. I think that just to follow up on, I think Vianney, made this comment about slowing down cars on the approach, especially in the southbound Pleasant Hill Road approach, where it's just a great long straightaway, and it's posted limit 40. I know that you have some rumble strips, or maybe they're not technically rumble strips. They're the bots dots kind of laid out in a grid, or right around exactly, I think, right around the point of the radar speed feedback sign. So what I'm wondering about is, what about speed hump in that vicinity where it's already said to be 15 miles per hour, that would actually slow people down in advance of the roundabout? Because right now where it says 15, that means in the roundabout. But if they're ignoring the bots dots, if they're ignoring the feedback sign and they're blasting down 40 miles an hour, they're still going to be fast in the roundabout. So what about that speed humps outside?
Yeah, I will just say I suggested, not being a traffic expert or a roundabout expert, a speed hump, and was pretty thoroughly shot down by 3 different experts, so to speak. But to address particularly the southbound Pleasant Hill Road, that really is why they're merging 2 lanes into one, because right now you have 2 40-mile-an-hour lanes that are 11 feet wide. And what if we went to 1 and had to merge them, prior? Because it is a 40-mile-an-hour road, but you can't keep that speed up and then safely crossing bicyclists and crossing pedestrians. So you've got to slow down as you're approaching that roundabout. So that's what the merging would do in part, and the change in lanes, and a more dedicated bike lane if you went with this configuration that you're seeing, on the screen now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. No, I understand the goal, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, that southbound leg, it's very fast, and I think it's pretty variable in terms of how much traffic is on it. So there could be 1 car cruising along heading toward the roundabout, and then they're not going to have any need to slow down if they're the only one in their only single lane. So I saw that it was mentioned by some of the bike advocates, I think, as a proposal to add speed humps. I thought it sounded good. But again, I'm not a traffic engineer and expert in roundabouts, but I guess, this one, the question is like, are they there for speed, or are they there for safety? And it just seems like there's kind of cross purposes in some ways. I mean, I know that they're safer for T-bones or broadside collisions than a stop sign setup, but at the same time, they do allow people to go much faster through a right or left turn than a standard stop sign right or left turn. So yeah, I guess I'm just conflicted about it. I don't really fully understand like what our primary goal is with it. It seems like we have 2 and they're kind of in opposite directions.
Well, I mean, ultimately it is safety, of course. And the thought is safety is certainly increased if we reduce speeds, because most of the accidents you're having are at least somewhat speed related, even if you're not going that fast, or it's how close you are to the vehicle next to you, or in front of you, or behind you. So just one final comment on a speed hump or a speed cushion or anything like that. Again, I suggested it as well.
So did I.
So yeah, that's right, Carl, you were there. So that is something that can be added fairly easily, even after you do these other things. So that's not out of the question to add, particularly an asphalt speed hump. Those cost about $8,000 each right now, as you know, because we've added some to neighborhoods recently. So that is something that they could be added as a phased in approach.
Let's move to Greg.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Carl. Mike, just a couple of questions. One, so thanks for bringing up the speed. Does it really go to 40 all the way to the roundabout, or does it slow down? Okay. So,
well, it is signed in advance of the roundabout, and we added a radar sign with a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit about where those bot dots are that act as a rumble strip.
Yeah. I think the bot dots are scariest for bikes rather than cars at this point. How far up would you begin the merge on southbound Pleasant Hill? Because I mean, presumably once you merge and thin the lanes, that's going to automatically slow folks down.
Right. It happens at Reilly Station Road. Reilly Station makes a horseshoe, so it's north of what you're seeing on this schematic here.
So I mean, but that's where you propose that.
That's where the merge would happen.
Okay.
You would cross that intersection, and then you would merge, and then you've got a few hundred feet to do that merge because it is a 40-mile-an-hour street.
Yeah, so presumably you would thin it and folks would have to slow down in that last, the approach section. Okay, and then I guess my other question is there any recent just traffic data? Because I'm sure a couple times a day it would back up more than others. Most of the time I imagine it would be fine, but those times a day are going to be folks are going to be worked up about it.
So there isn't recent traffic data, but in talking with Patrick, I mean, we have a mechanism that we can maybe get some with Streetlight. As you may recall, we're part of a subscription through CCTA, and we can get some, data-driven traffic counts, so to speak, or flows at certain times of the day, and it's very specific and it's real time, basically. So we would look at that, as a preliminary, but of course, there's nothing like trying it because that's something we can do. But I think it'd be phased. We wouldn't close that free right first. I would do some of the necking down of the entrances and the exits at the roundabout first, and maybe watch that for a week or so, and then after some time maybe get rid of that free right coming from Pleasant Hill Road. So merge them into one lane and then have a free right.
Thank you.
Right,
In-
Lynn?
I was going to add something.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, on school days in the morning, it's all backed up anyway, from all the way to Pleasant Hill Road, and going up Snake Hill, whatever you call it. It's really it's very, very busy for half an hour, I suspect, and
It is.
very.
All right,
very
Lynn?
slow.
I just have a question of Mike. On the eastbound approach to the roundabout and in the inside lane here, is it lawful, because I did it and somebody screeched at me, so I wondered, is it lawful to suddenly decide that you want to head north and you're on that central lane, and I realize that there's the inside or the outside, whatever you want to call it, that goes north, but the other one that's supposed to go around the roundabout, I suddenly decided, oops, I want to go to the hardware store, so I took the northbound lane from the southern connection here. Is that lawful?
Yeah. I think technically it is. I mean, once you're in that circle, you can do any exit out of that circle. It sounds like you were going westbound, like from Rossmore.
Yeah.
And then you were in that, and then you headed north. So, but you still have to merge with another car that's doing a free right.
Oh, I looked.
So yeah. So that free right has the right of way in that situation.
Yes, I thought it would. Okay, thank you.
I have some very quick questions, and then we can maybe figure out what's the next steps. But I also was looking at Claudia Cohen's letter, and so public input was a question in some of the comments, and we had several field visits and a lot of interaction with bicycle advocates. But I would say there was a whole process when the Pleasant Hill Road when the Olympic Circle was developed, and so I personally was not that concerned about. I went into this process thinking that these were improvements from existing facilities. So that was my approach. But I think we should be sensitive to public input on some of these matters, and I don't know if you've got plans for adding a public meeting for, say, that especially on the southbound Pleasant Hill Road changes.
So we wouldn't before we tried it, but we would have input on the plans that we want to put in place permanently, right? So we would have notification if we were going to take that lane. We'd probably have a changeable message sign there for some amount of time. And then we'd have to have signage that basically says, lane change ahead. Just like if you were activating a new traffic signal or something, you kind of notify the public. So it would be phased. But as far as, would I have a public meeting to say we're going to go paint this and neck down these lanes tighter and change we wouldn't. The southbound Pleasant Hill Road is the main, that would be a main big change. And I would suspect that at least at first, at those peak travel times, there'd be some unhappy people with that. But we'd have to evaluate over at least some period of time, maybe say 2 weeks, what that looks like in the grand scheme of things. Did we add 30 seconds to your delay, but is it safer and better for, crossings of pedestrians or bicyclists and even for cars?
Yeah, okay. In Jeff Moore's letter, there were some references to debris on the roads around there, and I was curious whether that, I think you answered this once before, whether the street sweeper program goes through that area or not.
So I don't think it does because there isn't a curb there. At least I think he was referring to the westbound lane.
Yeah.
And if there isn't a curb, whether it's a berm or a concrete curb, the street sweeper doesn't sweep there because it doesn't have a curb to pick up the debris and throw it into the truck. Basically, it sweeps against a curb. That's how they work.
Yeah. Okay.
So
okay.
So maybe we should
but
curbs it.
it's a good comment from a Public Works perspective, and I can say this: Public Works does go out and even hand sweep both sides of that roundabout in the westbound direction from time to time.
Okay.
And to the Rossmore side or the east side of the roundabout, there's a lot of eucalyptus trees that drop quite a bit of debris too.
Yeah.
And then fortunately, it turns into the county jurisdiction, and we call them
right
for their part.
Stella had previously, and also was mentioned in this letter, that there's a feeling of too much vegetation in certain areas of either on the roundabout or on the westbound. So is that something that you can have Public Works look at?
So some of it, and maybe all of it, they actually already removed. They did it over the last week.
Okay, great. And then,
based on that input.
Great. Oh, that's
Yeah.
great. Okay. And the last question I had goes back to the earlier comments we talked about on signs. Is there a point when we should go back and maybe next year and reevaluate whether there's too many signs? Or basically, are we required to have all the signs in there by law?
So no, the signs, signs are supposed to aid a driver or a pedestrian or a bicyclist, right? So if they do or they don't, the point that we would reevaluate that would be really when we'd have a traffic engineer work with us on a striping plan for the resurfacing of Olympic Boulevard, and if we're changing the curbing or the landscape areas. So that's when we would look at that.
All right.
And do an evaluation of existing signs and a recommendation of going forward.
That'd be next year.
Yes.
Okay. And last, a softball question. So the draft memorandum, it's labeled draft memorandum. Is that actually the final? Is there going to be another?
That's the final we're going to get. So the final really would be working further with Kimley Horn as a consultant to weigh in on the permanent design.
Okay, I gotcha.
Okay, so that's it for this interim stage.
All right, I don't have any other questions or comments other than say that in the field visits that we went to, and there was there were sometimes council members there, there was public people there. The big issue was reducing speed coming into that intersection, and that's the bulb outs on Olympic, I think, are going to help with that. And in particular, on the Olympic Boulevard, westbound into the circle, I thought it was very confusing for bicyclists. And I think that this change, it looks funky, Bart, on this, but I think from an actual use, when it forces the bicyclists and the cars to predetermine where they're going to go, and the problem we saw a lot was people looking over their left, you know, at the merging traffic and not paying attention to bicyclists, and a lot of bicyclists change lanes at the very last second, and so I think that was what they were trying to accomplish. So, okay. Vianney, did you have one more question, or is your hands just up? No. Okay. No. And so, any other feedback for Mike or Patrick on this report or on the changes? Stella?
Yeah, thank you. So, Mike, just a question on the vegetation. Have you thought about what to do within the roundabout?
All right.
Pretty much leave it how it is. I have had requests to thin it out so that I can see through the roundabout, and there's expert discussions on that too, and they actually would say your roundabout is safer if you can't see through it. You'd be better off with a solid space in the middle of that. You don't look through it, because now you're looking to the wrong place. Look ahead at the lane and what you're going to merge and what's merging with you. So I understand people wanting to look ahead, and certainly as that applies to seeing, for example, pedestrians in the crosswalk, but that goes with not driving faster than the speed that you can see. And if you can't see as far, you should be going slower as well. So I'm a little torn on that, but that is the consistent feedback I got from roundabout people, is that you don't want them looking through, as Carl mentioned, Chair DeGiorgio, sorry, mentioned, people were constantly looking to their left, right? And then if you can see through this roundabout, you're looking kind of to your left and through, and not looking to the middle of the lane or to the right of the lane, which is where you're going to either exit or where a car is going to merge with you, or where you're going to encounter a bicyclist or a pedestrian. So really what you want to train a driver to do is look to the right, or to the right of center, and not to the left.
Okay.
Agree.
All right. Yeah, because I know we've seen a bunch of comments about the density and the interior. You know, one thing I noticed in the memorandum was that they described Pleasant Hill Road as having an existing bike lane on both sides and then a pedestrian sidewalk walkway. And that latter part isn't really true, right? We have a class 1 multi-use path on both sides.
It's a multi-use path. That's correct. It's a multi-use path on both sides of Pleasant Hill Road.
Yeah, and I'm sure they knew that when they saw it, but when I read it there, it made me wonder, like, well, did they really realize that there's a large bike facility already there, albeit it doesn't go into the roundabout,
well,
but it does exist.
Now, and there is a bike lane between the pathway and the vehicle lane as well. So
as well,
they might have been saying that as well, a class 2, right, as well.
Yeah, they mentioned that existing bike lane on both sides and a pedestrian sidewalk walkway.
Yeah.
I just raised that because their proposal to create a larger class 2 in the southbound Pleasant Hill Road, you know, effectively is now making a really, really wide set of 2 pathways that are available to bicycles. And it seems like, I mean, it seems like to me, for a bicycle who wants to go down southbound Pleasant Hill Road and then turn west onto Olympic, that that multi-use path is just an ideal facility. Or even if they were in the class 2 on-street lane, with the ramp cut in advance of the roundabout, they could use that sidewalk and then just ramp right back down onto the class 2 on Olympic Boulevard.
Yeah, just the feedback I got is your typical avid cyclist is not going to use that class 1. They're going to stay in that class 2, and then they're going to enter the roundabout and the traffic circle and flow with vehicles.
That's correct.
So,
yes.
Well, that's if there is no right turn slip lane. Is that right?
Well, either way, I mean, either way, they're either crossing and getting into the traffic circle, or they're just merging in front of the vehicle or behind a vehicle as they enter the traffic circle. So
Okay. Well, I guess I would
I'm sorry, Stella.
yeah.
I'm sorry, Bart was trying, on a previous comment, Bart was trying to follow up on something. Before you
Sure.
before you do a new comment, Bart, you wanted to say something on the previous comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to just agree with Mike in terms of this discussion on thinning the landscaping in the traffic circle. Drivers need to be looking where they're going, not looking somewhere else, like across the roundabout. They need to be looking in the direction they're driving to making sure they're not going to hit pedestrians or bicyclists or another car or something. So I completely agree that, thinning that landscaping or removing whatever artwork is in there or whatever is really unnecessary. You want drivers to focus where they're going, not looking somewhere else. That was I was trying to interject that, but I wasn't able to do it. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great, Stella. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. So let me think. I was thinking about southbound Pleasant Hill Road. Oh, yeah, with respect to outreach, public outreach, and discussion of the proposed change. It seems to me that it would be worthwhile. I understand you were saying that there's the question of, is it for convenience or for safety? But I think that talking to the actual users from both sides, the drivers and the bicyclists, would be important. I don't know what the volumes are on that road. I mean, I think I mentioned sometimes there's no one, sometimes there's a big group of cars. But I saw, at least in the consultant report, that they only observed a few bicyclists in that southbound approach. And so, I guess the question is, well, how many do we have? And then what would be the level of modifications needed to serve the uses for the users? So I'm just going to throw that out there. It's something to think about.
There's certainly more bicycle traffic east-west on Olympic, because it connects, the regional trail, and you're headed towards, Walnut Creek and another trail, the Canal Trail, and other trails, right? But keep in mind, we're trying to connect Northeast Lafayette and Ocklawahamie High School to this location as well. So just looking at connectivity, we want to entice more riders north-south on Pleasant Hill Road if we can provide a more protected, path for that to happen. So,
but we still have the two Class 1 paths.
Still have the Class 1 pathway,
to be clear. Yeah, on both sides of the street. Yeah, I mean, I think
Right.
that one of the issues that I would want some good thought to be put into is just the traffic, especially for the school time, for the, I think it's people going from Saranap to Burton Valley School.
Yes.
Because I have been very surprised the few times that I've come down from St. Mary's to go down, really, is it Glenside or Leeds Station Road, at how much traffic there is going up the hill at that school time. It's a lot, and it's barely moving. And so it just putting the lanes down to one, especially eliminating that right turn, just, I wonder about that particular time of day and those users and what the impact would be.
So I wonder about it too, and that's what we would learn. I mean, you could model it, and I mean, in the report it does say if traffic allows to consider it, or at least in some of the feedback I've gotten from Kimberly Horn, if it's not specifically outlined in the report. Honestly, I don't remember exactly now, but that's part of why staff is proposing that this is sort of a pilot for anything we would permanently implement. I wouldn't want to curb that off as part of a permanent plan without really knowing what the implications are of shutting out that right turn lane.
Yeah,
I know that we can improve safety through the roundabout if we did, particularly for that crosswalk that crosses Olympic on that west leg. But I don't know what we're going to do to traffic. Not exactly, right? How much is it going to back up? So
right.
this
The
is a way
piloting
of
makes
finding
sense.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, piloting
And
does make
like I
sense.
said, I think notification would have to be mostly like through, changeable message signs, and, be prepared, and then we're going to just do the merge. We'd have to stripe a merge and then add delineators and neck it down to one lane,
Mhm.
basically.
Yeah. Well, no, that makes sense. A pilot, I think, is probably the best way to really evaluate the impact and then the benefit. Just one last question on those crosswalks. Is there any, has Kimberly Horn given any input as to their location? In other words, moving them away from the radius?
So a little bit. We had a little discussion on that. I mean, you want them to be part of the circle, right? I mean, if you move them away, now what you're doing is effectively adding a mid-block crosswalk, and now you're having your roundabout traffic sort of stop twice. So they're supposed to be adjacent to the roundabout so that it's all part of the same movement, and not another 100 feet, to the northeast or west, where a car that just got out of the circle and is about to accelerate now has to automatically stop again because there's a pedestrian.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, crosswalks are really problematic at roundabouts. I've experienced, I go through one about once a week out in San Francisco and Mission Bay. And I don't know how its size compares to this. I don't know exactly where their crosswalks are compared to this, but it's terrible. It's really hard to see the pedestrians. It's really hard to be seen because I do both. I'll drive through it and then I'll take a walk around it.
Yeah.
It's really just a really unfortunate, I think, disadvantage of roundabouts.
Right. Okay.
So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, no, that's good. It's good feedback, and that's the consultants did talk a lot about raised crosswalks versus not raised crosswalks. Okay. It's getting really late.
Yes.
So I'd like to, if there's nothing else, let's close this item and talk about commissioner updates, staff updates. We've got the LRSP update. Greg, did you want to say anything about it?
Sure, I can say something and then Patrick can correct and supplement. So there's been the first two meetings of the Local Road Safety Plan LRSP task force have taken place. At the first one about, I don't know, 6 weeks or so ago. The main focus of that meeting was to go through the goals, the draft goals and objectives of the LRSP. And this process is being not led, but TOOL is facilitating the process. The second meeting took place last week, maybe the week before, I don't know. And TOOL presented the refined goals that the task force had been through in meeting one. They also walked through serious accidents in Lafayette over the past 5 or 6 years, and noted all those on the mapping software they had, and then they have some predictive software that led them to some initial recommendations on priority locations to focus on. And I think those locations, as I recall, were Mount Diablo, Pleasant Hill, Olympic, and Moraga Road, and then School Street will be included in that. So there's 2 more meetings of the task force that are going to occur. There's a lot of outreach that's occurring from Patrick and the city and Tool. I believe there's a virtual workshop coming up in November. But then most importantly, well, 2 things. One, the city set up an excellent website, LRSP website, which has all the resources, all the materials presented. And then there is a street safety map that they are encouraging, I would say all citizens, but I guess anyone who has thoughts on, where potentially dangerous areas are and where the focus should be. It's a really pretty cool mapping software that you can use to provide input to the city. So Patrick, what did I miss?
That was a pretty great summary. As you mentioned, we've launched this public engagement process. We launched this online mapping tool last week, and I've been working with Suzanne, who may still be here, on getting the word out as far as possible to raise awareness of this map and encourage people to participate. I would also ask you all to help me get the word out to your networks as well, and I can send out an email blurb that can be just popped into an email. And we've also created 2 really great flyers as well that we're trying to hang up where possible, and you could do the same. So Suzanne and I were at the Trick or Treat Streets last week. We tabled there and raised awareness to parents who were there with their kids getting candy from us. And we've reached out to Lamorinda Village, Chamber of Commerce, Los Trampas, the PTAs of every school, the school district, all to help get the word out on our social media networks as well. So far, so good. We've received in just our first weekend several hundred comments on the map. So that speaks well for what we're doing. But again, we want to make sure that we're getting the word out. The public meeting that we are anticipating, what I'm trying to do is give a little bit of distance between this public meeting and the action plan. So I'm going to move that to December. I think there'd be a lot of confusion among the public about the difference between the 2 meetings and the topics. And then also we've got Thanksgiving in November. So the time just is too crunched. We'll have a more informed discussion with Tool here at this commission immediately after the holidays in early January. So we'll use that point to take a pause and have a really good discussion with you all about the findings of the plan to date.
Great. All right. Thanks for that update. Any questions for them? Otherwise, Stella, do you wish to mention GPAC activities or not?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can give a quick update. So I think Lynn had a question last time we met about GPAC and the safety element. And at the October meeting, a couple of weeks ago, staff indicated that they had engaged PlaceWorks. I guess the same consulting company that we just heard some folks from for the Lamorinda Action Plan, but a different group that works on resiliency planning, and they would be tasked with working on the safety element for the city. And so the objective is to have final safety element by June 2023, I think adopted by City Council. And so between now and then, not a whole lot of months, but they'll be working through the development of the plan, and outreach would start, public outreach would start via GPAC next month, maybe even actually a little bit in November. We're going to have a GPAC meeting in a couple weeks. And so we'll hear more about the outreach plan at that point. But essentially, the PlaceWorks consultancy will come up with a draft vulnerability assessment by January, as well as the the background report, which is the large amount of narrative about the different risks within the city, and a draft report scheduled for March for review, and that would also include, I think, the goals, policies, and programs that would go along with the safety element.
Okay.
So the next GPAC meeting will be next. I don't know if it's on the calendar quite. Let me look. Yeah, next. Not next Tuesday, but the week after, the 15th of November.
Okay. Thank you. Lynn?
Yeah, just a question. Will we have, the commission have an opportunity to review this, to make comments before it gets considered for adoption?
It's a good question. I'll have to ask if they can, yeah, so if they're going to circulate it to commissions and what the cycle will be. All I know right now is the tentative is draft report by March 2023. And so I just don't know what the turnaround time will be, but I'll definitely tell staff that this was something that was mentioned at Transcirc.
Great.
Maybe we could review the draft in March also, when you're finished with your draft. Maybe we could look it over, because maybe something someone here could add that would be useful.
Yeah, I'll definitely make a note and mention it to staff at the next meeting to
Right.
look at including us.
All right. I'm getting really tired. So any other, and thank you for your, I don't want to, sorry if I'm cutting you off, Stella, but I thought that was really good on timing. So thank you for that. And thanks for your question.
That's all there is to say.
All right. So I'm, unless there's anything urgent, let's end this meeting. Okay. Sorry it went on so long. Lynn?
Yeah, I just want to make one comment. As I've been reading Patrick's reports from City Council and to us and so on and so on, he really writes well. Very fun. I don't think anybody appreciates good writing better than I do. I just very fond of it. I was very impressed. Thank you.
Well, that's a great way to end the meeting. So
Yes,
thank you,
it is.
everybody, and thanks for your efforts. And
Thank you.
see you next time.
All right.
All right.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Night, night.